Hey guys, it's Tartan coming at you with another game of Total War Warhammer 3. We're here with Skrag the Slaughterer. He's a real grotesque guy. This campaign is going terribly. It's turn 27, and it's just torched. Skrag's all the way up here, so we have a choice to make. Do we fight Vlad, or do we just bolt home and try to stabilize there? Now, I want to fight Vlad, but I think the correct thing to do is just bolt home. And I guess we're just going to make this guy mad by trespassing on his lands. You know, what are you going to do? And then we will,
Dark clouds gather.
Oh, we can't even sell her the moot. I mean, I guess we could sell it to these ogres.
Butchers can make a whole lot of chops out of you.
I mean, I guess... Yeah, we don't need a non-aggression pact if we can just walk through his lands. That way, if Elspeth wants to fight him later, we'll be okay. I hate to give away the land, but if Vlad's just going to take it next turn, we might as well. And of course, well, we can, yeah. So the camp, we're recruiting, you know, more lead belchers, but I think they're probably going to fight us this turn. We can try to move him, like, over here, right? And maybe we could, like, get an ambush. We'll just go ahead and grab the RORs. Because, well, it's, you know, we're about to lose, so. But what we can do is... just grab another guy here. So that we can try to, to wound that guy with no hope of success. Yeah. Anyway, we're about to lose probably. It is not it is not going well. Cuz even if we can fight Aranessa, you know, it's alright, so we did fool them. Here... Okay, so we didn't get the ambush, but we've got the fight. Alright, let's see what we can do. We have some heroes and RORs in this army. That's not going to help us very much, but they will be like a nice battering ram against the foe, who's mainly just Free Company Militia and some flyers. Now, the flyers are going to be miserable. We don't have any tools against them. We'll just have these Boglars in the marshes, so we're going to have to make everything for them. But I guess, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Free Company all the way on that side, and the mortars all the way there. Well, we can just take the high ground here. And if they're willing to wait for our reinforcements to come in, then we will get them. You know, so we got Harmonic, Bruiser, and a Hunter, and a Tyrant. You know, it's not much, is it? But they are punchy enough to beat up on anybody that shows up. It's a bunch of chaff, but, you know, like, if we have to clean up on Aranessa after this. Now, they're probably going to come to us, I imagine, or try to give battle now that our guys are here, but we're going to try to organize a little bit now. We got all of them. We'll put the... Yeah, wizards have to be in separate groups for logic's sake. We've got Fireball, so we can, you know, we can start this fight. We'll be able to start it, that's for sure. We have one unit of lead belchers, which is just gonna have to do for the flyers. And we need to win this fight in good enough condition to beat Aranessa stack, whatever it is. But we're just going to fireball the deck dropper bombers, sure. No, the pirate gunnery mob. No, the deck dropper. No, the dogs. No. You know, we'll just shoot at the bombers. I bet, you know, the angle will be fine. We're not gonna hit that tree, right? Yeah, you know, it's okay. Totally dodging the tree like a boss. And it kills, you know, 8 whole guys. Devastating. And I'll do it again. We'll drop the base on the dogs here. Look, if they're just gonna let me cast some fireballs and not hit a tree. it does some damage. I just need them to come to me because I don't want to we actually have pretty good range compared to them. Maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to just move forward. Because their mortar is so far away. Speaking of, you know, they would be a good shot. They would be a good target for fireballs in the event that they want to do it. All right, so this split is very nice because we're going to be able to collapse this whole flank. Probably. But if we don't, you know, if we can't give battle, because I don't want to, you know, 200's not that long of range, but if we can get like so, right, and then like so, because now we're jockeying, right? Now they don't know what's gonna happen. We're gonna get the knobby blars here. Because these are all like free company, right? Sartosa free company. These are living guys who will run away, not unbreakable fools. They also have pistols and such, so we don't want to engage like, you know, carelessly. We want to engage like, you know, like a really careful guy would. And if they want to try to give the flank there, that's fine, because we'll just collapse all the way this way. Onto the dogs, onto the militia and the militia. And the one unit of handgunners there is still not going to get too much done. We get right on top of those scurvy dogs. The lead belchers are belching lead. And we need to get our guys onto these Morngulls here. The lead belchers are belching at the fellas in the air. That's a good target. We're gonna try to get these guys on the same one. These bombers could be very good against our Noblars in the event that they connect for too long. We do have meat feast and stuff, you know, so these Yetis definitely took a lot of damage on that first hit, but now, you know, we're into the cookie jar. And the Ogre music, phenomenal, right? Like, how good. These Noblars getting absolutely tuned up for nothing. That guy's got a crab, which means we're gonna shoot him. It also means these guys should all get right there. Double Saber Tusk is gonna be nice here, and our monstrous units are going to chew through the Sartosa militia before too long. We're trading fire with the deck droppers. You know, these guys have to be able to clean them up, right? And then we're just going to get the belchers of the lead onto those fellas on the roof as well. You know, the hunter would probably be okay there too. And then continue churning here and here. And meat feast onto these Yetis so they don't lose more models. Yetis, that's what they're called. Or Yetis. But they get this... Okay, so if you have a terror-causing unit... Because these are the... Probably because these are the ROR ones. But that's a very nice little little boon to them, right? Nice little ward save. Ward save on monstrous units goes far. But... Now we're churning through all of them, and of course we need to chase down all the living units, as they are not going to disappear like the rest of their army will, but that won't take too long, as we are very tough and quick boys. But, you know, because if we can push Aranessa back and then stabilize this front somewhat, as long as we don't get, like, another fight, then it'll just be annoying and we'll have Vlad to worry about in the long run, which is fun, you know? It's fun to fight vampires, right? Right. What? Did you... What? It just straight kicked me. Oh, that stinks. I don't... It just kicked me to the menu. That is super annoying. Oh, man. That really grinds my gears. Like, the number one way to take an annoying fight and make it more annoying is to do it twice. We're just going to do the auto. This is going to be a bad choice, and we'll probably lose the game because of it. I just don't care. I don't want to do it again. Alright, Aranessa actually goes there, so we're fine. She just sacks our most important building, but we're fine. Durthu wants a non-aggression pact. I think we can do that. Hey, he wounded him, and we got Brag of the Gutsman, so, you know, hey, that's very good. Now, we're going to want to move him this way, because we're going to mess up the underway movement. Well, you know, actually, yeah. Because his rules are different. Alright, so then we can get him there, and Skrag will be, you know, in a position to maybe help, and now... Alright, so her stack is not that bad. It has deck gunners. Which would, you know, delete some of my stuff. But, you know, it's not impossible for us to get on them. Other than that, it's a bunch of Sartosa militia, which are like Free Company militia, but with perfect vigor. That'll give us, you know, that if we live through this, it'll be good for us, right? because that's going to give us 100% more meat for fighting, and that is going to add up basically immediately. We just need to... No, you get one... You gotta get Kindle Flame, because Kindle Flame's just so good. And, you know, if we live through this, then at least these heroes are getting their start, right? So what's Brag like?
Just me.
Gets terror, makes enemy characters take longer to recover. That's awesome. Gives the whole army ITP and removes ITP from the enemy. That's very interesting. And he's got a direct executioner ability. Yes. 20%, and then he gets all three of those things. Alright, yeah, so very nice. And you can pop your ability to slow things down when he gets in. Anyway, a very punchy guy. You know, primary AP, massive bonus versus large of 45. He'll definitely help out. Now, hopefully, you know, for all that I was really worried, that ambush, you know, it didn't work, but it worked a little bit, and we're going to try again. Because if we can get Aranessa to walk into it or something, and then beat her somehow.
Who can I boss around next?
Want to slit throat?
After all, you know, she lost the other hero. I don't know, maybe we could do it.
Want everything. I know what to do with you.
Do we try to go for any of these buildings? I mean, if it gets burned down, it gets burned down, and then we lose the game, right? Because we can't make any new ones.
Meanest club around.
Oh well, we'll just see. Maybe if that one burns down, it'll let us make another one.
Let's hear what you have to say. We'll hear it before oath gold.
But maybe, like, Skrag being there will scare Aranessa away. Or maybe she'll occupy the Queek. Yeah, alright, good deal. We get really lucky. And she elects to sack the Queek again. And then move away or go to ambush? Not sure which. But now Skrag's here. Of course, Vlad is up there and mad at us, so we've got problems, but... Okay, so she bounced over there. Well, the good news is that we're still revenue positive. I guess it's time to spin up this army as we can, right? So Once we get the lead belchers, we'll be almost revenue neutral, and then we'll get us some chaff and a couple of dudes, and then we'll, you know, we'll have another army. At the very least, like with the Firecaster and the other dudes, we'll be able to fight Vlad's army because it stinks right now, right? Not this guy's army. That one could be okay, but Vlad's isn't very good. All right, let's sell him the Schwartz now.
Fine day. All right.
You know, Elspeth, we did her a solid by messing with, you know, because we burned down Fort Oberstyre. It was about sending a message, you know, and we pushed the vampires back a bit, you know, gave her a little bit of bleeding room. Didn't beat on Vlad because we didn't have the opportunity. We had to come back home. But hey, the campaign is not, like, over anymore. It's just trying to get started. We're going to transfer all this meat. Because at the very, you know, like, if we can defend the camp, then all of this is worth it, you know?
There will be butchery.
And we'll get Mornfang cavalry, yeah. And now... and we'll get this Gluttony Army ability, yeah. You know, we're stabilized now. We're not doing well, but we're stabilized. We've got one good friend in Elspeth, who, although she's not, like, doing super hot right now, you know, if we can make her live, she'll be worth having. And, you know, we've got our little core dudes, you know, and with this little kill squad of a quick bruiser and Bragg the Gutsman, who's slower, you know, he waddles more, but... this is a fun little army here, and this one should be fine too, you know, the, if you get like 4 heroes in an army, they can kind of do work. We're gonna double bruiser here. Yeah.
They better have me sent.
Yeah.
Obey me or your dinner. Gonna be overtime one day.
You know, but now I'm realizing, like, man, we don't have, like, a Mawcaster there, so they don't have, like, healing. Well, at least they're there. It says we're gonna lose this? No way. No way, get out of here. But I'm glad she took the fight. Because let me tell you how this is gonna go. I'm not sure. Let me tell you how I want this to go. We're gonna find some way to jump on the deck gunners, and then we're going to delete them. They don't really have anything quick, right? And these guys are invisible, so we'll absolutely be able to dive wherever we want there. And anybody that tries to come to Skrag will have a bad time, and then we'll have these dudes here, and this cat's invisible as well, and he's going to have an invisible Stonehorn eventually, which is hysterically funny. I don't care who you are. Alright, so, in conclusion, the deck gunners are the only thing we have to identify. They're here and here. That's the flank we're not on. But that's okay. So we can just dive here, right? And then what we're going to do is whenever they try to get over there to reposition on that, we are going to, you know, crash. You know, we're just going to go in, right? That's what we're going to do. It's time to brawl. No smart, only gasoline. Hit here and here and... Getting Bragg in there. We got our smash ability going. The Gutsman is gutting. And we've already run over both of these fellows here, running over the side here and here, and the lead belchers are having a party, just opening up. And on this front, you know, those deck gunners, relatively unsupported, and we're going to get all the way in on top of them here. And this flank goes in here just fine, and Bragg keeps on beating on Aranessa. You know, she is not strong enough for firepower of this magnitude. All right, beautiful stuff. Just a murdering going on, and we forget to even get here for the Spirit Leeches. Aranessa's tough, you know. Huge, armored, AP, you know, theoretically she matches up okay against our dudes, but in point of fact, you know. Big, long Brain Crusher. Like, I keep forgetting that Skrag actually has good spells now. But anyway, oh wow, yeah, they break off our units there. Oh, these are, man. You know, that, I confess, I thought that was going to go better. I'm so surprised that our guys in the front there got knocked off of, there, but there we go. They knock her down a bit, and then Bragg the Gutsman deletes her. Still a glorious victory, still very well done, and that is that. Beautiful. And we didn't even have to use our movement for it, which means we're going to be able to take back over our lands. And really, you know, even though our morale was going poorly there, you know, it's just the hero damage that we took from fighting Aranessa, who's very hardcore, right? Even if her mount isn't the best, you know, she's still a tough fighter. And we get a ton of meat. You know, we've got that 100% meat now from the camp. Or rather, we were building it. Maybe it's not done yet, but maybe we had 50% meat. I don't really want a non-aggression pact with that ogre, because what if he wants to fight Elspeth, right? And we get sack income and regen fighting at sea. You know, we sort of get regen anyway, but okay. Can we reach them here? Yes, which means we're going to do that to pop the army. Getting rid of the whole army is so advantageous compared to not getting rid of the army. And it's more meat. And we march here, because that gets us within the radius there for removing the attrition and getting us our stuff back. And of course, we're going to take his little healing thing. So I'm excited for when these techs all come online. I really like monster units, and it certainly looks like this one's going to be able to make it work. We're going to take that final level Purple Sun. It's just so important, right? And our hunter is now level 14, so one short level probably on this next next move, and we are going to be in business. And this camp is, you know, it's pretty okay now. It's certainly going to get there in a few turns. You know, we'll be at tier 5. We're going to be able to get all of our cool units online. Not that, like, having heroes plus lead belchers isn't a good enough way to be, but it is turn 30. We have vanished in these small lands, and Vlad von Karstein himself is coming down to Akendorf to take it. Fortunately, you know, we dealt with 2 of these vampire armies. It'll take them 2 or 3 turns to put another one together. The nice thing about fighting Aranessa specifically is that she has the Free Company Militia, which they run away when they're scared, right? Unlike most undead. Military access, Belagar? Of course. Love you, buddy. Because now he's got, like, either side of her... Oh, yeah. And now we've got a big old fight with Vlad coming up. You know, we wanted to fight him earlier, but it was important that we do it this way. But if he... Oh, there's this army as well that could come in a march stance to it. So we actually need to get Skrag over here, right? Yeah, we could take this one with Bolg. Helmet Discord, which is going to be very nice. Oh wait, no, someone already equipped it in this other army.
I'm boss, and that's that.
I'm taking your hat, boss.
Butcher. I'll knock 'em into shape. Ogre fire.
We'll give the fire guy the dragon helm. That'll give him 65% fire resist, because he likes fire.
More meat for my grinder.
Alright, and we're going to, what, get Ogre Bulls here? I mean, yeah, that's more important. Oh, right, and staying within the range gives us the cheaper army. I remember. Now we're talking. Alright, so yeah, we'll just get the bulls real quick and then try to get some iron guts in here, you know, for the anti-infantry fight. Yeah. So we don't really need chaff, right? And then we will just move Gold here to support the camp, which is now almost healed up again. We're gonna drop these Noblars. No, that's right, we only have enough recruitment in the camp for one more thing. Drop the Noblars, get this. Hey, Crazy. You say they're fun, extremely strong units, lots of economy, long recruitment times, and boring victory conditions. You know, I didn't even look at our victory conditions. Have a bunch of things. Have a bunch of things. I mean, yeah, you know, just... This isn't, like, an interesting victory condition, but it's better than, you know, like, when the Empire is, like, have, you know, these 9 things, or, like, the Skaven, you know, have, you know, these 13 things under your control, or whatnot nonsense, but... Yeah, this is my first Ogre campaign. I'm doing it bad, right? It's turn 31, and this is how many lands we have left, but on the upside, our armies are okay. But yeah, it's not been going well, and one day I hope to make another camp. I don't know how, but, you know, the one we have now is good. You know, we got plenty of meat on deck.
wanna challenge me?
Alright, now we've got one of every building. Very good.
Biggest gut in the land. In charge. Obey me. Eternal fire.
And we're just going down blue line for him because I'm a coward, and also because I imagine we're going to be fighting with Gorbad before very long. Yeah, he finally took Barakvar, and he hates us. But of course, Karazakarak is still kicking, and we are so close to getting a military alliance there. Not like we could help him over much, but hey, look, I mean, if Thorgrimm is at World's Edge, that means he has 7 things. Not bad. You know, and us fighting Vlad helps Thorgrimm in the long run, too. But we'll just wait here. I don't think Vlad's going to try to take this fight. His army is weak, but with this one in support, he might send it in. Of course, they don't have quite enough fast stuff to really punish our lead belchers, although we'll have 10 lead belchers on the field. We can just put them in a little block, and they'll be able to shoot up whatever, right? We're going to get rid of that, because we're not going to be... I mean, Montfort is much too far away, Reichland. You know, we'll reset that bounty as well and try to get one that suits more of what we'll be doing here. I really like the Ogre heroes. Like I said, it's my first campaign, but I can already imagine, like, if I can get some hunters on invisible stonehorns, that's gonna be, like, pretty hilarious. Aranessa, you want peace? I don't think so. Aranessa, let's not forget who attacked who, or whom. Never should have come here, Aranessa. I get like unnaturally mad at the computer for doing computer things. I'm like, how dare you, first of all? How absolutely dare you? Raise the Black Pyramid in Nagash, that's a good idea, buddy, but... And too, because, like, they're just a very strong thing, because... You know, like, 150 armor, this guy has armor bonus stuff, but, you know, like 115 armor with 11k HP on an anti-infantry monster that has armor piercing with anti-large armor piercing missiles on the, like, it's very good, right? Just that is good, because, like, a Stonehorn's fine, and a Stonehorn with javelins on the back is very strong. It just makes it good for bullying a lot of different things. And, you know, access to healing in the normal stack. And then being invisible is just silly, because that turns it into a situation where even if they had the tools to deal with it, they're probably not even going to be able to see it's there. Hey, and this is where we shine. Alright, so Vlad's right here, and we're about to do a lightning striking clinic on these fools. And this is why we went down the blue line in the first place, right? Let's go. Maybe I could beat all of them, but I doubt it. We're just gonna pick them apart. We got plenty of movement after this. Yeah, and exactly, what I am interested in Ogres long-term, although I've lost all of my lands, basically, is how good the landmarks for what I would consider generic stuff, like a pasture, are. Like, 5% mass to all armies. Oh, this map. Okay. Good. I have... Long ago, I had one of the fights of my life against Khorne with the dwarves, and I had dwarf reinforcements from... No, I was Elspeth, maybe? And I had Thorgrimm reinforcements. It was crazy town. But anyway, let's just get set up a little bit. Now, the real risk is when they dive with the bats, right? You know, how do you deal with the bat dive? And really, you just checkerboard your Iron Blaster, Lead Belcher, that's what they're called. Iron Blasters are the other things, like so. And we just want to be able to support. Now, Vlad is a scary dude, and obviously he's going to be at full health before he gets here. The thing is that if we can last samurai him with these 5 Lead Belchers, they'll just melt him. That's a lot of AP. But we're going to have to see how it goes. We're going to, like, you know, embed the Noblars mostly, and then, you know, we're going to have to, you know, get ready to countercharge. The good thing is, of course, with vampires, you don't have to worry about them hitting you at range. The bad news is it's your fault if you get messed up. Alright, now we have Purple Sun. We've got tools, you know. We have the tools. They're going to attack because, of course, they have no choice. That Lead Belcher is a little far forward. But I think what we're going to do is dive the corpse carts with these guys. They're going to try to rotate this way. We just need to get Skrag here so that we can jump on their stuff. We've lost the frenzy thing on the Sabertusk through tech. So the normal annoying things that they do are no longer present. We're not worried about these characters because I don't think Vlad will go beat on them. It's the only reason why. Because if they want to rotate this whole way... And we're just going to nuke this thing. We got our tenderizer on. Yeah, just nuke it. And we're going to gouge the corpse cart. Vlad's all the way over here. And again, if he doesn't want to engage, that's fine. These bats dive on Skrag and on the hunter. So this is perfect, right? All their fast attack goes on trying to give the flank. And then we just delete it. They don't even get on the Belchers at all, except for this one right here. But we're going to be able to move to support that just in time. And of course, the Overwatch fire will be coming in there too. Our advanced team is doing wonderfully, and of course they can kill a very large amount of these things. We need to heal these Ogre Bulls. Okay, they're the ones taking damage. They're the ones getting hurt, but we at least throw the Gluttony on them. Skrag continues to beat on these Fellbats. We're going to need a unit of Gorgers now. There. Vlad is coming. We need to get out of here right now. So if he wants to stand there and get shot by our guys, that's what we need him to do. We need all of them to shoot him. And it knocks him back a little bit. Very nice. All right. We've got the salvos going. We need to get on top of these Crypt Horrors. All right. He's got the Karstein ring on, which means huge ward save, which means let's just refocus our energies into decent targets for the now. We need to go ahead and get in here. Vlad's about to have a party, right? It's not going to be good for us there. We need to get these two fools out if we can. I think we should just be able to push through, right? Yep, indeed we do. Because Vlad is going to have a party. It's going to be rough. We aren't going to be able to stop feeding him units very easily. But if we get all of our characters fighting him, Karstein Ring's got a little bit longer before it goes off cooldown again, right? This Scourger Summon will take them out there. This poor wizard ran away so quick. Of Of course, we've got like anti-large on a bunch of our guys, and of course Vlad isn't large. But what we're gonna do... give this guy magic attacks to get through that little bit of physical resist that we know Vlad's got. Lead Belcher's having a party now. And then we're all just gonna try to everyone in the world is just gonna try to beat on Vlad for a while. And you're gonna see that he's like a cartoon villain. He's already level 23, of course. But of course, with all of what we have here, we're gonna be able to get him down, you know, a bit. You know, we've got him debuffed with the helm still. So he's still, of course, like, you know, he's not even at his healing cap. But now, okay, now the lead belchers are actually opening up and getting a very good line of sight, it looked like. And we shatter him. Beautiful. We're supposed to charge the enemy lines to fill up my army ability bar for the extra hills. Right, because they build through charging. You know, like I said, you know, this is my first Ogres campaign, and I often don't pay attention to at least one thing that I'm supposed to do in any army in Total War. But, you know, we very gratefully are able to deal with Vlad. Vlad's just such a beast, right? And that's, like, those other two armies, without Vlad, I mean, yeah, maybe we would have wanted to fight all of them. It could have been fun. But Vlad, look, I've been playing Total War Warhammer since 1. He was even worse there, but you know, he is cartoon strong. Eshin Maneater? Oh, right. There's the the stalking guys. Oh, it's a single entity. That's right. I'm like, what? Yeah, like, exactly. Like, surely he can't 1v5. I mean, he might kill 1 or 2 of them. Alright, so we get several levels there. We need to get to, you know, his better abilities. Because the Maw is the damage one, but we need Troll Guts for healing first, probably. Man, they're both so expensive right now. We get the Maw cheaper there, but like going down the blue line first, of course, makes his strength considerably kicked down the road.
Bruiser. Slaughterman. Brag the gutsman. Ogre butcher.
Alright, alright, so do we want to take any of these in this army? No, I don't think so. I think we'll just fill up the other one with all the cool stuff. Alright, so if we hit this one right here, this uses less movement, and do we just take the auto here? I mean, yeah. Absolutely zounds of meat, though, right? This 100% more meat in the radius, it's got to be finished, right? No, I guess not. No, we've got 30% more right now. No, wait, no, it was his trait. The Lord got the ability for it. Master of Meat, yeah, that was what the 100% is. Because now we're gonna, like, this is a lot of meat to be able to stack up. Not like I know how to... Wait, what? Now I can get a camp? I don't know if I want to place one here. This button's been grayed out, like, every time I've looked at it. Maybe you need, like, 2,000 meat for a camp. We can't get to that one in time, or that one in time. That's a shame. Well, that means we'll go to ambush, and maybe they'll walk into us. That would be nice. But, I mean, no matter else what happens, since we preserved this camp, I was really worried about Aranessa taking it. We cannot place one in the same province. And also not too close to a settlement. You know, that probably explains all of it. Because I always would have been, oh, he jumped in on the camp. We have to defend the camp itself. Well, I figure we can, right? We got 5 lead belchers and a whole bunch of bulls. Now, they do have Cairn Wraiths, and we don't have any magic attacks at all. We don't have any magic attacks at all. However, you know, they only have 6,000 HP and 50% damage resistance, which, you know, all you gotta do is hit them a lot. Black Coach doesn't have any really good targets for us. Yeah, we'll just, this should be fine. Strigoi Lord's kinda punchy, but we've got our Tyrant, and we'll probably be able to... Oh, it's a settlement thing. Well, this could be bad. Or very good, right? Because if we can set up our lead belcher fire, then we really might be able to, yeah, you know, because if they're here... Alright, we're probably going to lose this, though, because I am absolutely trash at this game, but maybe it'll be fine. I feel like we can't get really good lines of fire here, but maybe it'll work out. Because here, what happens? Okay, so the Vargeist just dive, and then we lose them. I don't know if there's a way around that. Just hit the Black Coach. Don't want it to level up. And then, you know, the lead belchers, they're doing okay. They get on top of everything over here, but it looks like the Noblars plus this are going to be able to break it off a little bit. Just going to gluttony these guys real quick, and then on this front... Just trying to run forward. But I guess we're doing okay there and there, and on this front, this is where all the knights are, but we're still, you know, it looks like the lead belchers are not shooting at anyone anymore, but maybe sometimes they peek up their heads and we can hit them. Can we not hit the guys in the back? Can we not want to do that? No. Bracing obstructed, feels bad. Yeah, The architecture of this is absolutely terrible for using these units. Black Coach pushes all the way through. Yeah, pretty sure we're losing. Yeah, because they're about to collapse that whole thing, and we don't have anything to deal with it. Yep. Terrible play. Yep. Well, you know, I don't deserve to rule the world. Clearly, this is a bad army for me to defend with. If I can't even beat, like, a trash stack of vampires. This is not a good vampire army. But I can't actually think of how I can defend this place. I think the only answer is to have enough strength outside my camp that I can auto-resolve it, because I can't actually conceive of how to use this map in a way where I could defend it against any army. It doesn't work with the line of sight for our only good power projecting units. So, like, I think the only answer is to be, like, strong enough where you auto-resolve it. Yeah, this is Torch. There's no way. Yeah, because these lead belchers have shot like 2 guys ever. Just an absolute waste. Terrible. You know, I really thought having the 5 lead belchers would be good, but like they can't work, right? No lead belcher firing line is ever going to work here. This is a bad map. You know, I hadn't defended one before. I didn't realize that this was a non-functional army composition for the defense. Although I can't think of one that works. Because again, this is a bad vampire army. It is such trash, and to not be able to defend against it, I don't know how we could. This is a bad map. This is a very, very bad map. I mean, for me, maybe somebody out there knows how to do it, but yeah, disaster. Because, like, if the lead belchers could just, like, ever shoot, but they can't, you know, they can't, and we lose. And we're gonna get army lost, like, now. You know, the Tyrant's real tough. You gotta give him that, you know. He's not getting... And we just transferred all the meat to it. Yep. Because, like, again, that is a terrible army. I mean, sure, it's the mid-game order, but, like, this is not an army that you should be afraid of. And with that stack, if it was a field battle, I wouldn't have been afraid of it at all. But there's just no way to do it. Not for me. I'm too dumb. So we lose our Ogre Camp. But at least we still have our land here. And hey, Thorgrimm broke out and got a little bit of land back from Gorbad, so that's good. And of course now we're super underwater on money. So we set up another camp and just, you know, recruit stuff to it knowing that nothing will ever make it strong, I guess.
Ogre Hunter.
But on the upside, we finally got the Stonehorn, so, you know, there's that.
Bruiser.
Of course, the problem was never the strength. Of our army, just like the incredible weakness of my mind when it comes to playing the game, because I am the actual dumbest person, and I can't do anything right.
Belongs to the boss.
Which is why it's turn 34, and all of our lands fit on one screen, because I'm terrible. So, alright. We got 15 turns in the bank, so we just have to leave this very expensive army here to protect the camp forever. That's okay, because the better the camp gets, the less expensive the army we have to get to protect the camp will be. And we won't get lead belchers, so that'll be alright. Because again, they don't work. I don't know what will work to defend the camp. I can't actually think of anything in the whole ogre roster that's good for defending a camp. So maybe we just needed a whole other army constantly. Maybe 2 armies. No, it's campaigns like this that make me think, why do I even think I'm good enough to play on very hard? Because I'm not. But the fact that I win campaigns on very hard all the time makes me feel like I am. So, you know, it's one of those things. But I very often lose a campaign before I win it. Which we haven't entirely lost this campaign. We've mostly lost it. It's not the same. But Belikar is rocking on down here to mess with Myrmidons, which hopefully he'll do, and if not, then we'll help him do. Oh yeah, there's a person here. That's great. We'll be able to assist Belikar on the field against them, or fight both of them. That's good too. They've got some bloated corpses. Say as long as we have a settlement, it's over, never over. Yeah, you know, and Skrag's army at least is, it's not good, but it can punch, you know? Like, it's not good though. You know, Noblars are just trash. You can work really hard and make them almost as good as a zombie. No, they'll never be as good as a zombie.
Hunter.
Who can I boss around next?
But yeah, I mean, and two, like, since our campaign is entirely unfettered from needing, you know, to actually hold on to land, if we could actually make Skrag's army actually good, we could just go and ravage the whole world. It's just, it's not good enough to fight, like, a good army. It's not even close to good enough to fighting a good army. It can just punch up on mid-tier armies in the field. But, you know, it's a bad army compared to, like, the Earth. Like, is this... Yeah, so Scarbrand's, like, right here. That's gonna be bad.
Eating weakens. I bring meat. Want everything. Tyrant of the tribe.
Yep, and we did the perfect thing there. So you often don't want to stay in the settlement because you know that they might siege you, right? And here they were at their last leg, their faction was. So we knew that they would come in and fight regardless, and that would have robbed us of our replenishment, right? Yeah, because she's lost Sartosa, she being the Lady Aranessa Saltspite. And then we can swoop in here. And they run a pretty obnoxious path away from us. And we get this Briar's Heath thing, which is pretty nice, right? Snipe, stalk, woodsman, unspottable, physical resist. It's better if you have, like, a flying thing, but, you know, being able to put it on, like, a caster could be totally fine, you know.
It cools.
Because the hunters get, you know, their thing moving regardless.
Slaughter man, gouge hungers.
So Skarbrand's got 6 things. He's also like an absolute terror. Lead Belchers match up well against him, but you know, they don't always get you where you need to be. Bellegar now,
Step forth.
he still doesn't want to bro out, although we could like maybe sell him something to do it.
Step forth, true friend of the Ungrund clan.
Yeah, because we could just toss this to him, get the military alliance, lose this sort of vulnerability to Skarbrand,
Fulfilling vows.
and then we'll be able to run over this way and deal with Vlad. So, you know, stabilizing.
Obey me.
Very slowly stabilizing. This is such an expensive thing to stick around something that just needs to stand there. But hey, what are you gonna do, right? Because with a couple very reliable friends, like Bellegar, the thing about dwarves is, first of all, I love dwarves. They can be a little persnickety, right? They can be a little precious about things whenever they get offended. But they are very firm friends, you know? They're not gonna backstab you. So when you get, like, Bellegar in this situation here, and Elspeth, she's a total bro too, right? So we won't need to worry about her. And with Thorgrimm somehow pushing against these fools.
Welcome, friends of the Dowie.
So normally you expect to see him get beat up, but I guess, so we're seeing Ungrim rock over here to meet with the forces of my man Drazult, who will be absolutely miserable for ogres to fight. Not least because everything we have is terrible. But yeah, we're just gonna, yep, press forward. And like there's like rats here, like some minor rat faction is doing okay there, which is super funny. And this pirate is hopefully just not going to attack us because that army seems miserable. That's like a good army, right? I don't want to fight that.
My gut is law. My butcher's command.
And we're not super far off from being able to confederate these Treehammer guys. I don't know if that would be desirable, but I mean, maybe it would. I mean, a bunch of heroes that have levels, some free land, because we could, if you just confederate them and then sell the land off, you know, that's at least something. Make a friend out of it. Clan Angren gets immediately attacked by some wood elves. Or immediately attack some wood elves. It's hard to tell the difference.
I'll eat any challenger. No ogre can beat me.
Want me to pay you for a non-aggression pact? Ungrim, you're just gonna offer me one later.
In my honor. In charge. In charge. I bring meat.
Military alliance with Zufbar. You know, no reason not to take it, right? It'll only endear us to the guys that like us and make our enemies fear us, just as planned. Can we catch them? Yes. So, 6 Vargeists is a massive headache. But we've got a choke point battle. And even with flying units, that is very nice indeed. Oh, we're so far back. Oh my god. Yeah, but never mind. This is no longer that good of a choke point battle. At least the reinforcements will have to come through. But we do have our absolutely awesome carry character online, right? Because we can just do anything we want with him and feel secure, right? We're just going to sit here and bash fools. It's going to be great. Because he actually matches up very well against these exact air targets, you know. And if they try to dive him, we'll just run away. They're actually not faster than he is, which is super funny. And his javelin is doing the work. I mean, look at them all fall down, right? That's beautiful stuff. I think it pierces through. So, you know, it sometimes he's hitting multiple with it, right? Because he's got to. He's only thrown like 3 javelins, and he's killed like 8, 9 models. Like, what a champion. What an absolute beast. And we should get our Deathcaster here for nonsense as well. He's a little slow, but not too slow. And if they're just going to let us sit here and shoot at him, I mean, look at him. Look at him eat up this whole unit of Vargs. Oh my god, you know, like, that's so rough. What a champ. 6 6 javelins later, and he has shuffled off this mortal coil so many models. It's already eaten an invocation of the heck. They're going to shatter soon. This is such a good character. 100 bonus versus large. No slouch at all for this. And they're trying to get another invocation, but I think, yeah, they're at 0 leadership. So one more Javi, and we just want to finish them off if we can. It's negative leadership, all right, and now we will just fire at someone else. Let the crumbling do its job. Nope, they got stabilized. But, you know, if they want to let us shoot an entire thing of this, because they're waiting for the reinforcements, of course. Well, still, that has an amazing effect on us, right? Being able to deal with so many of these Vargeists. Because, like I said, the thing is we're very quick. We have 100 speed. They probably can't catch us. And, of course, a little barrier never hurt anybody. And they are just about to get into what I hope to be a withering overwatch fire of lead belchers up in this house. And that's exactly what happens. Beautiful stuff. Let's wheel with the Stonehorn and fight if they dare. Oh yeah, there we go. Great. Melt in the Varg. See, this is what I think of when I think of lead belchers, right? Like, just a very aggressive and fair way of playing with ranged. This is what they do to me when I play, right? You know, you try to ball, you try to brawl, and then before you know it, you're having a bad time. But here... And of course, plenty of Vargs get through all the way. I'm not 100% sure what these bats are trying to do. Maybe they're trying to wheel around and flank us entirely, but, you know, this hunter comes in. He's not anti-large, but it doesn't matter. This is a totally unnecessary spirit leech because this character is weak, but we're going to do it anyway. It's about sending a message. And now we've got a summon of dudes. And a summon of dudes. That's the other thing, is with a Sabertusk pack summon from the hunter, that is so good. It solves problems. And of course, the Fellbats have now been shuffled away. All of these fools are gone. Which means it's time for the lead belchers to get into another position. Of course, this huge army coming in from the other side there is going to show up much too late to affect anything resembling change. And the Overwatch fire here, you know, is it friendly fire? Not really. Those are just summons, so it doesn't matter. And the javelins continue to be just incredibly strong, and now we're gonna see man, 10k mass. That's so much mass. We're just gonna walk through these dudes. Yeah, there we go. Let's get the charge on the Sabertusks, which is too bad. Nice blast there, and we're just going to try to hunt down the big guys with our character, because he's very quick, right? This is a guy with 100 speed on a stone horn. It's so funny how good they are. But let's get everybody else engaged. And there's about to be a big blob right here. And oh my goodness, that's a lot of damage. Oh, I can't wait till that is deeply discounted. That was a bunch of work. That was so very much work put in. And of course, they're about to army loss now. Get wrecked. That's the good thing about fighting vampires. Once they're gone, you don't gotta worry about it. They are all toast. Of course, they're not good eating, but hey, you don't have to care about that. The hunter with 3k value. Beautiful stuff. Every lead belcher feasting pretty hard. And we get this regiment over now, and the Sky Crushers, which is like, we are using them in the main army. They're so good. Armor piercing, anti-large, frostbite magic attacks. It's all amazing. I've never played Ogres before, but I watch a lot of competitive PvP, and let me tell you, when those guys show up on the map, you know things are about to get real. Oh yeah, look at that. And with Ungrim doing so well here, because I guess their wall ended, and then, you know, he managed to push out with what are not like the craziest armies, but no, there's some other wall active on them, so maybe we could help him. But, you know, first we gotta deal with this Vlad situation. The thing is he is pretty far flung in power, and he has burned Nuln down. Oh, that's not good. He's got dudes on zombie dragons already. But at least we're going to be able to get into the cookie jar, right? He didn't have anybody close to us over here, so... This guy gets to level 25, very good. Foe Seeker for the old vigor reduction.
Slew a man. Brag the gutsman.
And that aura is actually pretty interesting. Now, it won't remove, like, Undead's problem with it, but, you know, for other things. You can get... There's one thing in the game that removes Undead. It's this Chaos guy called Harry the Hammer. Or Harold Hammerstorm, if you prefer. So we could put a camp down here, but I think we want to move up here and put a camp down. And also, I mean, like, are gold mines good? I mean, they provide money. I guess a lot of these landmarks don't give you anything I would care about, but some give you something, you know, like missile resist all armies. You get a bunch of those, pretty soon you're talking.
All mine. Skrag, soldier, servant.
Move the meat over. Get some money. Have access. And then we'll save the rest of the meat for a couple of turns. Go up here, hopefully be able to generate a bunch of meat. And, we do here, probably go underway, jump over to Schwarzhofen, and try to pop other stuff for these fools. Military access, Franz. Very well, I accept. He's doing alright with 16 things. Harbinger of Disaster attacks Clan Engrind. Of course, we will ride to their aid. You know, because I guess this is kind of a good lore campaign for ogres, right? Rather than taking over a lot of stuff, you know, we're sort of kept back, you know, with a little petty fiefdom, and then making friends with people, you know, opportunistically. I just, you know, I kind of thought we would have like 5 more places to live by now, but you cannot have everything. It's been explained to me that you cannot have everything. This army continues to be so expensive. Just so expensive. Maybe it's not... Maybe defending the camps isn't worth it, right? Because if we're losing 3k... If we're losing 3k a turn... At that point, what's the utility of attempting to defend it at all, given that I can't, right? If we just get rid of this whole army, well, that makes it a waste. We can just leave, right? We can just...
Welcome, Vlad.
Yeah, we could just leave. We could just walk down over here and try to, try to bushwhack them at Black Crag or something, right? Because Gorbad's not that strong anymore, so yeah, I mean, why not? Anyway, and then it'll get even more expensive whenever he leaves the sphere of influence, I guess. You know, we might be bankrupt pretty soon. But we also might just jump in here and be able to make some money pretty quick, so we'll see. Yeah, I think we'll generate more meat in our regular army forever. Seems good. Alright, and now we have got them outside. Now, of course, this is going to be an insane fight. It's going to be a long one, right? However, what do they have that's super dangerous? Cairn Wraiths, we'll do fine. We'll just beat them up, right? We've got magic attacks on Bragg, who will do okay. And then from there, you know, we'll just try to keep the few flying things off the lead belchers and coast to victory. Because the thing is, you know, we've got our hunter. And we're so close to having the maw really cheap, but we already can do just like a huge amount of damage to a blob. So, you know, we've got what we need. If we lightning strike it off, we don't want to do that, right? Lightning strike would make this first army easier, but then we would still have to fight inside of their town, which is miserable. So, it's time to make it work. Now the reinforcements are coming from the side there, which means we're going to just rotate all the way over here, of course. And nothing can catch him. He's too quick. And we're just going to dive the front here with Skrag. But everybody else, you know, will need... And we can rotate them later. These guys over here to dive in and assassinate there. Death Butcher to hang out and send a message. Need to make sure that we save the fast attack and flanking power for as late as we can. That's the thing, like, this hunter, oh man, he's getting beat on a little bit. Oh, right, because the Strigoi Gold Lord is crazy. We're just going to run away a little bit and get these guys on him. We're not worried about taking some damage, but, you know, you don't want to give away a bunch of it for free. Oh, my goodness, we get dove on there. Very careless indeed. And now these two guys are having their party. Of course, the Gold Lord, like, this is not going well for us at all, right? This is not what we wanted. But at least we're here on the Black Knights, and we're going to be able to save our dudes. If these guys lose this, then we're pretty in trouble. But maybe they're going to do fine. Maybe they'll just start doing what we need them to do. Because right now, they are getting tuned up. Of course, there's chaff there, too, so... they keep on focusing on them. It's pretty rough.
My next trophy. Oh, yes. Limb from limb.
Yeah, getting way too beat up there. We finally get rid of the skeletons. But I don't think that's really going to help us make a difference, is it? And this is just army number 1. It's not going super well yet, is it? Just really struggling over here. Bragg getting tuned up by this guy. Man, that is just too annoying, right? Alright, they finally get a hit on him. Jeez. Alright, so... they get a couple beatdowns down, though. At least there's that. Skrag's totally engaged over here. Lead Belchers are getting dived on. But not entirely. You know, hey, here's the first army down, right? Let's get over here. Bragg needs a heal pretty bad. It's about to get real over here now, right? But we can at least dismember a Cairn Wraith, and that'll do some nice magic damage there. And these Geists, we definitely need to get them out of the way. And that is such an appealing blob, oh my goodness. We just need to get a summon in there. Get out. It's like, they're just gonna walk through it, right? They're all gonna walk through it. Watch. They're gonna... and the maw is gonna... oh, yeah, there we go. Of course, it's about to be pretty serious business everywhere else on this map, but, you know, that one move felt good. Vargulf is on us, that's pretty bad. Bragg onto the Cairn Wraith there. We're just gonna drop a Gorger summon here. Dismember there and there. Push through here. Just jump on here and here. Where's this guy going? Alright, he's doing fine. Bragg doesn't have a problem fighting here. We're just gonna hit everything. He's gonna be fine, you'll see. Just trying to get the lead belchers out of these obstructed situations. These skellies trying to get around the side here. Saber tusks to go into support there. Diving to the center. Very good. Gonna army ability this blob to make them much stronger. And drop this bone crusher on the blob there. It's not as good of magic as we have access to, but it's as good as we're gonna be able to get right here. And man, oh man. Of course, they just charge through because you break the morale, but that only gets you so far. The good news is that Bragg is having a party against these Cairn Wraiths, right? And Skrag's fighting the Necro. And some of the lead belchers are online, but Bragg is now getting absolutely murked. And this dude's fighting out of his weight class, too. But they're shattering all on this flank, and there's the army loss, and we got it. I knew we could do it. And some of us were even slightly alive by the end, right? Whole bunch of kills for Skrag. The Hunter, of course, a total champion. Bragg with his 3k value as well, and I bet all the lead belchers, you know, had their feasts. The Noblars, you know, it's about sending a message. A message that I can't afford anything better. Wish they had anti-large. I feel like, you know, I feel like sacking it first is fine here. That's so much money, right? And then we move a little further away, and then we deploy this camp, which lets us heal here. Yeah, and this is our old camp, and now we can have this one. Yeah, look. It works. And we will get the Sky Strider Crusher's great weapons because they will be very nice in this army. And now we're talking, right? We're going to be able to get Great Maw Devours. We're going to get... Yeah, it's this army is about to get all the way turned on. The Hunter, we're going to take the speed here over the bonus first large, I think. I mean, eventually we'll want both of them. But huge speed is absolutely where we want to be with him. That Gift of Carnage, see, that ability is pretty nice. So, you know, Vlad normally comes back in a turn, but you pop him with this one, it's a little easier. Alright, do we take recruitment stuff? Or just meat? But this is even more meat. I think the recruitment capacity is worth taking there.
Oh, mine. It hungers. Servants of the ever hungry.
So now we can get Mornfin Cavalry, which are very good. I don't need these dual weapon Ogre Bulls anymore, right? Like, I would totally prefer these Iron Guts, but it'll be a little bit before we can get a tech switch up. Of course, we just made an absolute zound of money here, which means we're going to be able to get some guys, and with our discount on troops and stuff, it's not going to be too expensive to get them. So we're just going to get these guys, and hopefully, you know, we'll just fill like a whole thing with Iron Guts, and maybe they'll be able to win.
Ogre tyrant.
And we're just going to move this way and hopefully be able to cut the legs out from under Gorbad, because if we can do that, right, then we're going to have a very secure place here, letting me do my favorite thing, not defend my land. There's nothing in the world to me worse than having to defend my own land. It'd be pretty funny if Burundan came in here and took Drakenhop. But, you know, if he does, he does. If not, you know, we're going to hold on to it for the money, start burning 18 up here, and then, you know, trying to see where we can go from there on.
Won't be making any deal ways.
Because Elspeth is on the back foot, right? We definitely need her to survive, or, you know, our dreams of getting a bunch of good stuff for being her friend isn't going to get realized. And I would like some good artillery to go with our dudes. But of course, we're friends with some dwarves now, and before long, you know, Skrag the Slaughterer, dwarf friend, they call him, you know, will have ascended everywhere. We need more hunters, because every army needs at least a hunter. If we had like 3 hunters per army, that would be such a force multiplier that would be the big headache for these fools out here. Especially once you get reload time reduction, like when the higher levels, everything in that tree just makes them a menace. You want the trait for speed. You want them to be stinky boys. Vlad's all the way over there, which means he won't get home before we make him an unhappy guy. What we're going to do now is go for this. We're actually going to have to go inside, aren't we? That's going to be really annoying. I don't want to. Alright, we're actually going to waste a whole turn not taking Drakenhof just because I don't want to do a siege. This army's not good for them, and I just don't want to. They're very boring. Anyway, so that was bad. It's not a disaster, it's just a total waste of a turn. We could have recruited last turn and sat still and had better units, right? But, you know, it is what it is. A mistake.
My cook partner writes. Is what I want. My gut is low. Leader of the tribe.
Oh. Now we've offered enough meat for the Subsidian Blade, which, you know, good. A whole bunch more AP on attacks is always desirable. You know, look at that. Bonus versus large. Bonus versus infantry. What a cartoon character of greatness. And then, of course, you get Beastslayer over here for 50 more bonus versus large, and it turns them into monsters that are armor-piercing, anti-large, anti-infantry, very, very quick at like 100 if you get your traits right. You know, eventually I'll have no excuse for not winning. No, we're winning now. I no longer feel like we're losing the campaign. We're not. I mean, we're not winning it yet, but we're not losing. Because fundamentally, all we have to do is fight a bunch of places. Oh, and I guess it is our job to destroy the border princes. So, you know, that's it. That's all we have to do. And then go get into fights. So let's go get into fights, shall we? Oh. Oh, my goodness. That is scary. Mutant the Lethal got all of the swag there, huh? But if we can come down here and, like, plop a camp here at Black Crag and then, you know, cut off Gorbad, then we're going to be putting ourselves into a great position strategically. You know, I think...
For the wisdom of Valea, I am Belagar.
Yeah, like, we're still at war with Thorgrimm. Of course, they're... You know, they're minor. They don't have Durthu. Durthu's mad that we're at war with Thorgrimm, but not that mad. Where's Vlad? Kinda far away? Good.
The boss. The more.
Volksgrad, that's so far away. Now that fort definitely could be doable. You know, for all that it felt disastrous, it's fine now, especially now that I know how to distribute camps, because I did not know. I every time I went over it, I guess, you know, it probably would have told me in the tooltip, but all I saw was you can't do it. And we get what we want. And they take both of their armies out to fight me, which is fantastic. Unlike those other armies, they don't have the one guy at the top that's good against us. Now, they still have enough to make Brag in some trouble. Do we spend all of the healing on making Brag feel better about himself? I mean, maybe. But the maul only costs 6, so, you know, maybe that's what we do. Anyway. Well, we've got Gluttony, too, so that'll help Brag out. Anyway, let us go. Or rather, you know, this is a very good time to take a break. About 2 hours in. Not like in the... Not in the campaign, but just here. I'm going to stretch my legs and see if the dog needs to go out. I think my brother's home. Anyway, it doesn't matter. I'll be back in just a few minutes, you know, 5-ish maybe. And we will continue on bashing the vampires, who apparently are good eating in spite of what you would assume. And we're about to generate just so much meat. You know, we've got that 150% meat at the camp that we've dropped down, and we're about to be able to ramp up a little bit here. Just remains to be seen what we can do with our power. With all your power, what would you do? I would devour the world. For the maw. Anyway, we'll be back in a bit. All right. Let's get to it. These guys, they think they want to brawl. But what they really want to do is make it easier for me to auto-resolve and avoid attacking walled settlements. I just need, you know, if I had some artillery to crack a hole in the wall, it'd be fine. But I mean, I guess now we have enough of a blob fight punishing build to be able to get somewhere too. But we're just gonna be aggressive, be aggressive. We're gonna assume that they're gonna be like in the back waiting for reinforcements. Regardless, they don't have anything that can truly punish the hunter if he tries to get away. And Skrag is, you know, regenerating now, so we don't have to worry about him. Brag and Skrag. Brag is, of course, a broke boy who is very scared of everything and is a hurt creature. These are such a good sweeper now. You know, between the Sabertusk pack, which again now has a little bit of bonus versus large because of the one of the guys with this, but like I really like units like this, and they're incredibly fast and they have stock. So, you know, it's not only are they just the best, but there's going to be a lot of problems with them. Now, here, we have an ideal place to fight, because this is an impassable terrain behind us. And while they have, like, flyers and stuff, you know, we've got, you know, flanker bulls and stuff, so we're going to be able to draw them into a very, very nice killing field here. They're not going to be able to come around behind us, right? You can't walk down there. You can only turn the corner, so they try to fly over us, we'll counter that. And if they don't try to fly over us, well, that'll be pretty bad for them. And this hunter is just going to go and brawl, right? He's going to go have a time. Yep, that's exactly what they wanted to do, was run away. But because we have Foe Seeker as well, that's 25% vigor every few minutes. You can always get it done. Here we want to shoot at Vargeist, absolutely. You know, putting the Briar's Teeth on him might be good, right? Because we could give him, like, Snipe and Unspottable, which at 132 range, maybe not that great to be unspottable, but, I mean, still works somewhat. We want to move over this way, you know. The Vargeists are the primary thing. When they decide to move forward, they will dive him, I think. And also, you know, they're the thing that can be annoying to our army. But unfortunately, not really getting any work there. But we're going to go ahead and Gluttony Brag. And they are being very clever here, right? But we have, you know, they have fire while moving too, of course. So they're actually quite capable of doing an effective harass in disguise. They've got Invo going, but, you know, we can shoot a different one while it's happening until it finishes up. Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, look at him shooting down the line here. That one javelin killed 3 models on a hit. Gorgeous. What a guy. What a champion. And the next one got 2. Just a total exhibition of brutality. These hunters, what a unit. Oh, you want to brawl? His Invo already came back. We're gonna get a couple hits, and then, of course, they got another charge. They went to the front there rather than being able to surround us. We're gonna run away a bit. You know, we're taking some damage. We don't want to take too much. We are, like, a lot faster than them, especially with Foe Seeker active. We go to 130 speed, so, like, but we're like as quick as them without it, I think. Or maybe a little quicker even. But they can't keep up with this. We definitely can. This harass is everything. Because these Vargeists represent the best ability of their army to make it in on the Lead Belchers and cause us problems in our force multiplying ability. And it's certainly advantageous to have the rest of the army back here. Like, so right now, Now, this is a smaller reinforcement than the one on this side, so ideally we will engage it. The thing about Strigoi Ghoul Kings, though, is they're quite strong fighters. If I had, like, 3 of these hunters, the speed of these engagements would go up so much, because we would have been able to kill a whole unit rather than, you know, them being able to heal pretty well. We're trying to turn around. There we go. I'm like, if we just hit them, because I'm pretty sure, oh yeah, there we go. I'm like, they got the charge off, so let's just brawl. And we see, too, they have very good animations, these monsters do. Just churning through. So again, you always have to figure, if you get jumped on, you know, what's the cost of the engagement? You know, how good an idea is it for me to try to use my abilities to run away versus bite the bullet, fight? How much damage am I going to take? You know, here, like 2K, not ideal, but hey, it gets us our primary target of these Vargeists. All the other ones are gone. This Master Necromancer is quite weak, and all he has is skeletons, because all the other Vargeists are gone. So by taking that fight, the other ones leave the engagement, and now we're going to be able to bully this Lord over here. He's not going to be able to get any help before we delete him. And on this front, the Gorger Summon ties them up pretty well, and now Overwatch Fire coming in. And here, we're just rotating there because we know that the Vargeist flank, that's going to be the important thing to deal with. We just get like, oh yeah, just an absolute smash on him there. And now he is crumbling. He is toast. We're just going to bounce. Because the Cryptors here, they're not quick enough to catch us. They're not remotely quick enough to catch us. We are a speedy boy. And we're going to get over here to where it matters right now. Now, the Black Knights get the charge, but they get the charge onto Noblars, the ideal thing for them to charge. We rotate maybe a little too much, but no, I think it's fine. Because I swear those Vargeists are about to... You know, maybe it wasn't a good rotate. It's fine. Drop a Gorger here, because if they're going to dive Skrag, you know, sure, whatever. Get wrecked. You know, Hunter is back. We want to go ahead and heal him up. The Cairn Wraiths, you know, they have 55% physical resist, but the thing about Lead Belchers is they do such a massive amount of damage that that's okay. Now, the problem is we're about to get night flanked here. It's time for Brag the Gutsman to get some guts. We're just diving in here. These knights. So this flank is cleaned because if they're trying to go like all the way around, that's super funny because they don't know how this map works. You know, they haven't interpreted my amazing defensive position, which, to be fair, they are like a bunch of undead. So this actually is perfectly reasonable. We crack the Black Knights. We're going to drop this whole position down. The Crushers have their magic attacks, so we're going to be able to match up very nicely against these Cairn Wraiths. Just running right over them. These Black Knights are going to shatter, and then we're going to disengage entirely here, right? Yeah, we're just going to bounce. Because these Cairn Wraiths are about to get on top of what I can only describe as my beloved cookie jar. And now it's bad news. You know, they got in. That flank actually turned very quickly. Alright, we dropped the maw right here, right? No, the Bone Crusher's better. There wasn't enough of them, right? Maybe there was. We're gonna bounce in here. Alright, they are on the lead belchers there. The time is now to do some hero stuff to make them not get inside all the way. Most of the lead belchers are firing, not these. We can run over these spearmen. They only have 56 models, so on this charge we'll probably be able to melt them down. Here and here. That corpse fire cart. Alright, now we drop the maw here, and we just try to extricate the ogres in time. And, you know, worth. Brag the Gutsman, we need to get him over here. The Hunter's doing his thing. Sabertusk Pask is engaged with a Lord. That is not where they want to be. They want to be mobile. They want to be dancing, you know. Lead Belchers are out here. Sky Crushers are going to get on this corpse cart. Beautiful. Popping the augment. This guy is rocking the suburbs. And we're gonna delete this blob, I hope, with the maw. Alright, Meat Feast has gotta go on who? On these guys? Yeah. They haven't lost any models yet, and if they eat, well, they've lost 8, my bad. But if they eat a lot of meat, then they won't lose more. This Strigoi Ghoul King does have the Hunter on top of him. Lead Belchers are firing, but man, oh man, is it going bad. But there we go. There's the army losses. That's what we needed. And, of course, we know that there's not going to be a follow-up. This represents 3 of their armies. Beautiful. Lead Belchers with plenty of ammo. Magnificent performances from all. That single Hunter worth his absolute weight in gold. In my next campaign, the primary thing we're going to be focused on is just getting new Hunters off of the ground. Because as soon as they get that Stonehorn, I mean, all to the better if they have a great trait. We get a ton of meat, you know. Like, yeah, I think we've stopped the campaign from unraveling, you know. Daith wants peace. We're not going to do that because, you know, who cares? And the Snowhorn of Morn is so good. You know, it's a good monster and they make it better. Clan Skyer, no thanks. We still have camp construction for 10% cheaper camps right now. That's right. So this one, we lost all the meat that was engaged in building the buildings in the first place, but we still have, you know, what's left. So we're going to give it some meat. Oh, I gave it to the wrong one. Whoops. Well, this camp, you know, we want to make sure it doesn't fall apart, right? All right, time to upgrade the things here. No, you know, this is in a secure place, and in a turn, you know, it's going to be in a position where it wants to spin the meat. It's not bad that we did it. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Don't disappoint me.
Okay. So Clan Moors is strength rank 3. and is about to roll over the dwarves unless we stop them.
8 beats is mine, mine.
However, we can help best by coming in and bushwhacking Black Crag, right? Because this is the settlement from which his power is going to derive, Gorbad's. So we can grab it. If the only thing is, right, is that Queek is not at war with Gorbad, so Queek right now is going to be going far from home. If we get Black Crag and we set up a camp, can we stand against the Scaventide? I mean, maybe. It will certainly be interesting to try. We're too close to a settlement to set up the camp, and I think we can't do it from this stance anyway. But we have to take Black Crag, which shouldn't be too hard. And then from there, that's going to, you know, obviously alarm Gorbad, but it's also going to mess up what these armies are doing, and hopefully we can make this work. We have a lot of money. As long as we're remaining around our camps, it stays that way. We take Mentor, that's going to be very good. We're going to go ahead and just get more meat. But now we've got Maw that costs like 9 and it's super strong, right? So even just with that, we can kind of make it work. Although I could and won't spin off my hunter from the main army. But I feel like now we can think about doing the, oh yeah, there we go. Now we got that disemboweled effect and 3 passive executioners, which is very nice. But very good, very good. We're going to give this guy the Briar's Heath. It loses him some armor, but I think because giving him snipe and unspottable, like he will be able to just shoot at them, and it'll just be really nice. It'll be nicer than it was already. It was already pretty good.
Kill hunger. The same.
The Slayer.
Do what I say. Long time no kill.
There we go. And we give him the Phoenix Pinion, getting him up to 85 fire resist, which is very thematically appropriate, and thus the best thing that can be done. And we're just going to start putting these onto dudes, even without looking at what they do. Just trust me, it's better to do that than to worry about it. We're going to give this hunter the armor. You know, they're about to be in it over here. I guess now is the time to think about trying to get more meat so that we can, you know, get more Gorger things, get more... Yeah, because at the top we get more meat in general, so all we have to do is get enough meat to get up to there, and then it's always correct to rocket further, I think. But we're going to go to level 5 here. We're going to take money first here. And meat, even though at this point meat generation isn't too much of a worry. And now we're going to be able to dismantle these fools. And this is why you go down the blue line.
Must butcher. It cools.
And now we will fight this whole army. I should have leveled up my guys first, but that's okay. We're gonna fight this whole army. And it's gonna be easier than before because these armies don't have that many Vargeists. One Strigoi Ghoul Lord. Oh no, that's Vlad's face though. Oh yeah, well it won't be too easy then, will it? In that case, we're gonna want to lightning strike this first one off. Yeah, because Vlad's army, you know, that actually is a little rough. Plus, it's Vlad. So let's be a little careful about it. I'm not so confident in my main army, because the thing about Vlad is it is going to take a concerted effort for about a minute and a half of all of my strongest guys to kill him. So we're gonna try to ease on down into it. He's like faster than dogs are, so he doesn't really have to worry about much. The missile probably represents the ability to just pop a regular lord in power, because it's 500 with big armor piercing and very decent accuracy, but we're going to bounce out here now. Because the point is to do this with minimal casualties. We're going to run Skrag over this way. He's got regen. None of our other... Oh, right, no, the one wizard does. It's just the non-wizards that don't. But we'll have opportunities enough to slay the foe here, no doubt. You always want to pop the extra ingredients as you can. This one gives you, like, tons of wins. And technically, if you're in combat for a while, an arbitrarily large amount of wins. Enough wins for everyone. We're gonna start charging in here. We need to just get a move on, right? Charge in that way, and then we'll just charge in this way. And that's the thing about a big monster like this, right? Is you can just sort of demolish a line. And get on the lead belchers there and there. I'm like, we probably shouldn't lose models, right? Let's back up here. Losing models would be very bad indeed. Alright, let's go ahead and heal those lead belchers up. You can tell they think he's a wizard. Oh no, never mind. He's just getting shot. And, you know, they can't even really get through the armor, even with him losing the 40 armor in favor of Briar's Heath, which, you know, maybe it's fine. Look, 10 Fizz Resist is still fine. And Woodsman is very good indeed because he doesn't have Strider. So, yeah, actually, it's great. If we can get him Strider in some way, we'll probably move it for something else eventually.
Stop me! Yeah, here's good. Gouge your core white!
But now we're going to pop our moves, and that's going to give us huge weapon strength. All we have to do is to just hit him. There we go. And with the drop to his stats from the Helm of Discord, a very nice assassination of the enemy lord. Very good, very good. My amazing Stonehorn guy. But yeah, if we just had like, you know, 2 or 3 more of them, man oh man. What a world it could be. Of course, we're about to take what could have been a safe little section of a campaign and turn it super sketchy with our actions in the south. So, but, you know, so much the better, because look, ogres are kind of like that, you know. They just kind of are. With Skrag being super far away, I mean, like, someone heard about meat, they're going to use their initiative. Here we need to attack so that we can break the siege and get out of the zone of control. Carving up that army. I do worry that maybe he's going to be able to hit this camp without me blocking him. So we're going to stop the... Well, you know, the... Doesn't matter if we stop it because the meat's in the camp anyway. Hey, Kiara. Still alive. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we haven't lost yet. Though it's been through no lack of my own sketchy decision-making. Like, do we level up the beasts? I mean... Yeah, it's kind of what defines us, isn't it?
Thank you for this gift. My more.
Crippling throw. What do we get here? Oh. A magic missile that's... Man. Okay, yeah, just keeps getting better, huh? Get more defense stats. Not that it matters. You know, you should be always staying in motion with them, but sometimes it can be tough to keep track. Brag's stats are now pretty scary. You know, he can stand up and fight with Vlad eventually. The great thing about getting Mentor is that it, you know, it applies to the camps as well.
Obey me or
Now, hopefully Vlad doesn't come and pop the camp. If he does, we can still clean him up, you know, but maybe he'll come and fight us because he thinks he's stronger. Maybe he is stronger. Nah.
I'm the boss.
Nah, we're too tough for him. Whole bunch of trouble to come next turn. That is so many armies with Queek. And at least 2 of them are actually good. But here we see that they're getting a little distracted. Thorgrimm wants non-aggression. Sure, yeah, of course. I knew we would warm up eventually. And now Vlad's move. Yeah, perfect. Alright, so he does move on us. We're just going to take the auto. We fought Vlad already. And, you know, we've been fighting a lot of these vampire armies so far, so... Take the auto. We lose the Ogre Bulls, but that's okay. You know, we're going to want to replace them with something better anyway. What we're going to do now is... Oh, we have reached the camp limit. With 2. Alright, so you have to get to that one to get many more camps. Alright, I guess 2 camps is all we're doing, and we're not building one here.
I'm boss, and that's that.
We're not going to involve them because we don't want to, you know, bother their focus. And apparently we have to do this fight because we'll get just deleted if we don't do it. So time to see how bad this army does in a siege with me controlling it. The good news is the reinforcements are going to come in from out here, so we'll just bushwhack them before we deal with going inside at all. Alright, do we always have this Stone Shaker ability? I looked for it, I didn't see it. Like, is that just like a thing ogres have? Because that... Like, have I been thinking that I need a camp around and I can just do it? In that case, we're going to fight over here because it's brighter, and then we're just going to crack the wall and run in. And we'll leave, you know, the one Noblarm over here to upset them. Oh my god, that, these towers are pretty good, huh? That's the thing about, like, not having artillery, though, is, like, if I don't have the ability to play smart, I will play dumb. And now we clump up here to save ourselves from the towers, which is really bad. But if we just get inside... And this burning head should actually be pretty good. It'll bounce off the wall and hit there. Yep, I mean, you know, decent. And of course, you can't get the lead belchers on the wall. Yeah, our army is straight trash in a siege. Unless we can get inside. But I just figure these bruisers will be able to do it, you know, eventually, and we'll just cast a bad burning head here. I mean, it'll be okay-ish, right? We'll get the bounce, and, you know, it hits some big uns, but it doesn't do too much. But, you know, I mean, it's fine. We're getting in. Oh, our unit over there was too close to the towers and got shot up. Right. Alright, you know, the bruisers are doing okay, and that's good, because these bulls are getting absolutely dunked on. But I gotta figure that the bulk of their forces are over here. Of course, that doesn't really bode well for what we'll do in the future, but hey, you know, at least we're here right now. But even if this ends up being, like, kind of an ill-fated venture, getting rid of Gorbad's Black Crag here might be the death knell for his faction. So even if, like, an Ascendant Clan Moors that knows we exist is terrible, and it is, we don't have to care about them, right? Gorbad was right next door, and orcs are even worse neighbors than Skaven are, right? Because the Wa is so dominant against the foe, and far from home, what's the worst a Skaven will do? They're all trying to come inside and fight. All we really have to do is start taking positions and moving forward, right? Right. Just can't use that on them. That's right, I remember. Can they see him to shoot? Nope, cannot. This one controls that tower, so we'll just bounce this way, I guess. There are trolls over there, so this is pretty rough. We'll hit him with the dismember to try to just pop the unit, because I don't want to get shot by archers this long, but I also don't want the trolls to heal. And now I'm remembering that that's probably not very good. Yep, it doesn't actually even hurt them more than they were healing. Oh well. these fools choose to re-engage, which is going to get them killed. And here, these are black orcs, and we really need to shoot them. If we just get like two, see, we already have one shooting. If we just get like one more in this line shooting at them, then we'll be okay. But we don't want to be fighting them like straight up. But it looks like we'll be able to get enough Overwatch fire here. And here they engage, you know, these are great weapon black orcs too, very sketchy, but the bruiser stands up and brawls and then they have to run away. Obviously they have to run away. And you got pump wagons here. Of course, pump wagons don't really match up very well at all against ogres. They, you know, they don't get through the layers very well. Of course, we got pigback riders. Hysterically funny units, I don't care who you are. But the blorks get popped. And we're just gonna continue dismantling the defenses of Black Crag here. And then, you know, realizing that we might have bit off more than we could chew. I really thought we could get another camp. But, you know, that's the thing. We only have the two. That's alright. We'll just have to make it work. The Tyrants are such good characters, you know. Even without regen, they're just so very tanky. Their stat line belies how much they'll just, like, stand up and brawl. Something about them, man. They just don't get beat on that bad. But hey, you know, it went well enough. Was it pretty? No, it doesn't have to be pretty. It was interesting. The Stone Shaker ability, I don't know how I get it in the army, but we have it, so I honestly, I just need to figure out if all ogres have it or something. Because I seem like a fool. These Yeeties are probably going to get murked here, which is just too bad. Because they are quite strong, and we could use them in the coming hours. But, you know, we'll fill up the army with some other RORs, because we're going to need to get ready for the crackback from Gorbad, and from having Queek head taker as a neighbor. Of course, Queek does not match up well against ogres, specifically himself, and his faction doesn't either, but Skaven, you know, having access to pretty good shooty stuff, you know, they love a big target as much as anyone. But we'll be army loss in them soon, unless this, you know, puts the death knell on them anyway before. But usually you army loss people before the victory ticket situation gets to the end, but not always, and it's always fun to see which it's going to happen right now. But now looks like the shaman is somewhere still casting magic at me, or maybe that was a tower, but anyway, there we go. A nice Pyrrhic victory, which might be good for a big name, you know, so maybe us being sketchy is good, actually. Alright, so we're gonna sack occupy. This is gonna give us, you know, the maximum amount of money, because if we lose an army, we're not gonna want all this to have been for nothing. And at least now, you know, it's paid for itself.
Tyrant. I say so. My gut is law. It's what I want.
And we're going to be able to get the Snow Horn of Morn, which is, you know, an awesome guy. And do we want the... no, we've got enough single entities. You know, we'll take the Man-Eaters. The Powder Guts are pretty good, you know. AP attacks, AP missile attacks at 160 range. You know, these big pistols, they get the work in. Man-Eaters with pistols are actually like a really sweet unit, and I can't wait to get some of them in our army. Do we take strength for him? Recruitment and local recruitment, or money? We take 2 points of lightning strike first, and he'll just have to wait. But everyone is getting a little bit of levels, but a couple of foe seekers, you know, now you're talking with a couple of foe seekers. It's not some minor thing. And the camp tyrants, are they immortal? Are they all immortal? Well, they don't have the ability to get immortality, so I think the camp tyrant just, like, is. But maybe they don't have the ability to be immortal. You have to be careful. We're gonna spin the meat, and the meat, and the meat, and the meat. You know, we sent everything there, and I'm not sorry. Because, yeah, Skrag just got an absolute zound of meat. And that's... So now... Yeah, it's... Okay, and now it's time for us to start cooking to the maw, right? With both armies, so that we get to this 7 to 9, and that is gonna, you know, and causes attrition to enemy armies in the local province is so good. So now we've got this rolling, which is going to make Skrag's army all the better. This boiling cauldron is single use. It's 100% AP, so it's just a you know, you put that on to like some elite unit and then watch it stop being elite, stop being a unit. Now, do we get a couple Iron Fists here? I mean, yeah, we just drop these Noblars because why? You know, money's not so much of an object anymore, so we've got, like, maybe one turn. Until the foe, you know, wakes up to the new reality. And the Hunter is pretty far from level 15, but, you know, maybe we'll be okay. Gorbad's all the way over there. He can't get to us. But maybe, yeah, we'll go those bulls in together and get another Iron Fist, because those are so much better than not Iron Fists. It is a solid little army, but it is just still a little army. You know, it doesn't have any of the really punchy stuff that you want in order to, you know, feel strong. But Gorbad is a chump now, and you know, they're having a bad time. They've lost the Black Crag, and that makes me feel very pleased. We're gonna level up these places, even Matorka, just hoping that that'll be okay, because with Belegar here, and we're like broing out right now, right? Like, he is so happy with what's going on. He doesn't know that he's like super pumped that we're fighting orcs, but he is. Speaking of,
All here are honored dwarfkin.
we're gonna make Thorgrimm our pal also. Now, is this going to make Queek Headtaker declare war against us? Yeah. But it's also going to show Thorgrimm that Queek is here, and that might help him from being sketchy.
For the wisdom of Valea. Tyrant of the tribe.
And then we're gonna get the Slaughtermaster of the Maw, yeah, just to get a healer for this army, basically. Or the Paymaster. If this is gonna be a support army, principally, then why not take a Paymaster, right? Also, if I don't like them, we can just get rid of them later. So they get cheaper upkeep for the army. Yeah, I mean, even just getting access to having a 10% cheaper army. But so he is just not as punchy as an Ogre Tyrant. And instead gets, you know, cheaper stuff. And stock, you know, and yeah. I mean, I guess that's fine. I would prefer a caster, I guess.
Money master.
Because a Mawcaster as the principal guy... I mean, really, though, like, a Butcher of the Maw seems like it would be better, though, because...
I'll eat any challenger.
Because Tyrants get this tree that makes them, get some Heroic Killing Blow, which I guess isn't that much of a much.
Do what I
But
say.
for all I know, like, you know, the regular Butchers probably don't get a yellow line. Like, yeah, Skrag doesn't even get one, so, you know, they probably don't get one. Oh, sorry, you say nice mustache? Well, thank you. Thank you. I grew it myself.
In charge.
Alright, well, you know, let's see how it goes. Everything here is good. Get the Mornfangs and the meats. Being able to finally get our best units before too long, since we're generating an absolute ton of meat. That's the thing about fighting vampires, I guess, when it comes to ogres, which I didn't anticipate, but now I'm seeing, because they're able to so quickly generate more, and Skaven, I bet, you know. So you can get tons and tons of meat from all of the bodies that you generate. Castle Drakenhof's at full strength again, but we're going to go here to pop these armies first. And we sack Templehof, and then we're going to move in here to take Drakenhof here in a turn. Just get an Iron Fist, because I want Iron Fists, I think, more than I want regular Ogre Bowls, although I'd be happy to not have either before too long. We're revenue neutral, or actually a little bit positive because of our proximity to our big old camps, so that's very nice. We're just going to keep on taking the red line, been neglecting it so long. Mentor for the Hunter, that's going to be good. Mentor for the Bruiser, same words. And then... I mean, Buna is so resource hungry, we were unlikely to choose it. But theoretically, good. Snacks is like the hunger, but it is, of course, you know, not a vampire hunger. It's just hunger, only in a good way. All ogres have hunger. But I guess we could get higher recruit rank Leadbelchers pretty easily with those followers, which is nice, although not like where our priority is right now. And we'll just wait here. Yeah, we don't want to take our 2-turn recruitment yet. I almost want to, like, get a secondary army here to recruit the 2-turn recruitment guys. But let's just get this camp a little more jumped up. But how? More Iron Guts? I mean, yeah, why not?
Is what I want.
Because if we just get like a whole bunch of them, I guess you just charge out the front and try to cut down the foe. Because, man, the architecture of the camp, it's not built for my abilities anyway. We can get +1 Hunter if we get to level 3 there, which is obviously desirable. We're going to get rid of that Econ for more heroes.
Boss. Obey me or your dinner.
We just need Queek to not attack us for like a turn. But these armies are... Well, some of them are okay, but lots of them are crummy. And the thing about Rattling Guns is we actually do outrange them considerably with Leadbelchers at 200. And a unit of Leadbelchers will just delete a unit of Rattling Guns. 4 units of Leadbelchers will delete any number of Rattling Guns. Maybe. defending them against Skaven's a little bit of an easier proposition, because while you have the menace below, you also are not small units, and it's a lot easier to push them around. You got to push the Skaven around. Obligatory. I was reminded of System of a Down. All right, so all right, and we need like one more lord to put that on. Okay, so that would give Boiling Cauldron to all the armies. Wait. Okay, so we need to get this, because that is going to give us Gorgers that don't disappear, and permanent summons are the absolute hotness. That's 3 unbreakable summons. Count them 3. That is a good number. Let's get a 3rd lord up here. Alright, we gotta wait. We can do it here, though. And being able to just, like, you know, make them stronger there is good. But yeah, so the Slaughtermasters, they all get to get regen. They all get to the poison attacks, and the winds reduction, and the terror. Yeah, like, so... Yeah, you just trade the yellow tree for your caster tree, which is... I mean, that's a pretty good... Because you already have big AP. Now, you never get too much stronger in the attacks, but, you know, with this trait of Weapon Master, you know, at least we have Sundering to get. Yeah. You know, it's not as good as Skrag is, but, you know, you don't expect your guys to be as good as Legendary Lords. But now we will go ahead. Oh, he doesn't generate enough meat, though, right? Yeah, we'll need to... We need places that give him meat first. We need to find a way.
Chosen warriors today, ingredients tomorrow. Tyrant.
We'll have to go and, like, find a way to fight with him. All right. Well, it's certainly about to get interesting. So we're going to be able to carve up Gorbad, right? But what's going to happen is we're going to have to engage Queek, who, as we see, has like 7 armies there. Cetra, the Imperishable, wants to arrange military access. I mean, yeah, sure. Is this going to make Skarbrand want to attack us? Who cares? But no, we don't need this, right? Yeah, because we don't need to diplomatically engage with him yet. That is a lot of armies. Of course, we know they're mostly crummy, but that's still going to be bad on the dwarves. But still, Queek will be far from home, and maybe that'll bite him eventually. He built an outpost at Black Crag. We need to build an outpost at Karazakarak, right? Yeah, and then we can get like organ guns for our army. Let's get it together, right? Let's remember, or really, you know, Clan Engrund is even more secure. Here we go. That's what it's all about. Because if we get like gyro bombers, that would be real good, wouldn't it? Because some really good artillery is what we need. Although we're getting into the Iron Blaster range really soon, you know, We definitely dragged our feet on the tech pattern. You know, I didn't know what I was doing. What are you gonna do? But being able to give Strider, that'll be very good, you know, for hunters and such. We're just going to go ahead and... Alright, Iron Guts and Man-Eaters. Or the Blasters and stuff. Or the Cav. Not the Noblars, obviously. Yeah, because this is where we want to go to, is the Man-Eaters and the Iron Guts eventually. And the Lead Belchers get barely stronger, and honestly, they've got tons of ammo. So I think we'll go here for the power of the infantry. That's more my style anyway. Mentor point.
They will provide me armor. I'm the boss. It calls.
And we're going up the tree for hunters, because that's, you know, that's what we're looking for. I don't feel like these defenses are very good. More bruiser capacity is fine. This guy doesn't have quite enough meat generation to be able to just generate the value that we need here for Prophet of the Maw, which is too bad. You know, I didn't think about it in advance, but I guess we're gonna just need to recruit this army into a real army before we know it anyway, right? So, you know, what better place than here? What better time than now? Get a giant for bashing, Mornfang cavalry for elegance. Blood vultures are terrible, but they're only terrible if you don't have a plan for them. We're not going to get them anyway. We're going to get saber tusks, who I think are very good, actually. And then... regular bowls? No, we're gonna just get regular Noblars. Try to keep it somewhat affordable here. This camp will get us Lead Belchers in a couple of turns. And then, you know, because that army, I guess we're just going to have to get it up and running, right? We're going to have to get a third one there because Queek is about to get into the cookie jar entirely. And we are going to need to do our best to keep him out. We have no choice with Black Crag but to, you know, lose it whenever Queek moves on it. But that is okay, because what we can do is use this opportunity to delete Gorbad. He's got 4 settlements, and we see every one of them. And getting rid of him, even if we get into a pretty long, pretty protracted battle with Queek right afterward, and we will, it'll be totally worth it. Trading 2 enemies for 1 is good. The way that the foe multiplies its miseries upon you should not be underestimated. Elspeth's got the Nemesis crown. Oh, it's a party in the old world here. They are playing her song on the radio. Queek wants a non-aggression pact? He would just break it. I mean, maybe not. We're not going to do it, though, because, I mean, we might need to aggression him pretty soon. And anyway, he's at war with Thorgrimm, who's our bro, you know. We are Skrag dwarf friend. That's what they're going to call us. I don't know where that guy is. Maybe he is somewhere we can't see. Anyway, these fools look like, you know, are they going to try to come down at us? Maybe. But, you know, our superior diplomacy, you know, spurs them against us. Oh, Queek's at war with Gorbad also now. Well, that's pretty funny. So we're going to be ahead of him this whole way. Here we sack, trying to get the movement for Kruglug, not finding it. You know, it's hard to move in these here mountains, but importantly, we get up to Renowned and Feared. Flamestorm, which is super good against Skaven. Chain Lightning, same sentence. Terror, which is very good against Skaven.
Smell quarry.
Does someone need mushing? Want everything?
We're going to Renowned and Feared just for discounted recruitment there. Because if we can get really, really cheap recruitment, the fact that we're losing these camps every now and then won't be so annoying. And Gorg's army, you know, it'll be an army soon, because Queek is, right now, just being an absolute menace, and might... Yeah, Thorgrimm might be gone, right? Yeah. Thorgrimm is the weakest dude in the whole world, so if we can't stop Queek, then... Well, at the very least... We can move across the mountains, and we can say we tried. If we get rid of Gorbad, again, Queek having 30 settlements is super bad, but it's not as bad as Gorbad having 10 and Queek having 20. Although it does look like Queek was about to absorb all of Gorbad's stuff. And obviously he wants us to save him, and obviously we can't. You know, it happened too fast. Sorry, Thorgrimm. But, you know, we're getting in adventures. We're completing objectives. Because if we just take like these lands and give them to Thorgrimm before he dies, if we can, then you know that'll solve that. And if not, then Ungrim's right here.
You no doubt doubt of a request, I'll hear it.
ready to accept trade, and no doubt soon enough ready to become a part of our glorious military alliance.
Yeah.
This is a Slaughtermaster of the Great Maw, so we don't need another Mawcaster here, which means that either a Deathcaster or a Heavens Caster would be excellent. Now this guy's going to level up 75% faster. That is as good of a trade as you can find for these secondary armies. And Ockendorf is absolutely about to fall, but, you know, Skrag isn't super far from home, so he's going to be able to help out here. Do we try to make peace with Vlad? No, that stinks. I mean, we could, but I don't want to, right? Because Queek, that's going to be like a whole ordeal. Do we burn down Templehof? They can't really get anything there that's good yet. Alright, and we are going to be able to move all the way up here, which is excellent. We're going to sack it, mainly for the money at this point. The meat is fine. You know, it's great to have an absolute zound of meat. Can camps make offerings to the Maw? No, they cannot. That makes sense. Because otherwise you could just transfer the meat over. And then we move in here, occupy it.
Greetings. You no doubt have a request, I'll hear it now.
And sell it to him for a military alliance and some money! Hooray! We're the dwarf friend. Of course, Ungrim's at war with, like, everybody, so this is just going to draw us into more conflicts, but that's okay. He's got the mountains, and Skulltaker... No, Arbal the Undefeated. Skulltaker somewhere else. Kislev has fallen to the onslaught of Norska and Chaos, and it looks like... it looks like the Empire isn't doing so hot there, but... So what happened is Reichland... moved into Marienburg and into Bretonia a little bit, and that's where the bulk of their land is. Well, good for them, you know. And we're going to confederate this guy now. This is going to be an awesome move, right? We confederate him. This is going to get us camps. This is going to get us heroes. We actually could leave him up for a bit, right? Because... I mean, we don't have to. But when we get this, you know, we'd be able to distribute... Well, we could give Nuln back. Yeah, we can give Nuln back to Elspeth. We'll be able to get an alliance with Reichland forged. And all of that'll be good. Yeah, because Queek will want to declare on us, and then we'll at least have a whole bunch on our balance. Relax, guy. Yeah, we proposed the offer. And, you know, we're actually not losing very much money at all because I guess most of their armies are pretty crummy. Now, we don't need to hold on to this army, right?
Wielder of the pale side, bring me law and lost wisdom, and I shall treat with you well. It seems
Greetings from Sigma.
Trade agreement, a military alliance, and 21 grand. Beautiful.
Be at peace, for that is all I ever want.
And we're going to give all of this stuff to Franz because he's not currently at war with Vlad, so that makes it safer.
Friends of the Empire, come.
I kind of don't want to trade the moot, though, right? Because this... Yeah, we want the moot because if we get this landmark, we can move just a dude out here, and then he can be churning the cauldron for the maw. And as we orient here north, I'm seeing that actually this is fine. You know, we eliminate Gorbad. Sure, like Queek is raising up here through the south, but fundamentally, because this camp, you know, we don't have to have it here. We can move it somewhere else. You know, we're doing fine. This campaign is good. We're generating so much meat. Through the proximity to this camp giving us 150% more all the time, that it's just, you know, do a few fights, be able to upgrade it. You know, it's definitely pretty, it felt like you always wanted more at the very beginning, but now it definitely feels like sometimes you have enough.
Tyrant says, I do. Chopper of meat. Wanderer. Prophet of the great moor. In charge. Master Butcher.
Now, Dryka is Dryka, so you can't make friends with her, but can we give him needling from here? Yes.
No doubt have a request, I'll hear it now. Aye.
And we make a bunch of money off of it. So this is
To my throne.
wonderful, right? You know, we're able to... Yeah, because more... No, we'll just give him this one, and then we'll have the camp here for what it's worth, not much. So we see that they were in bad shape. They must have just gotten really tuned up in a battle, which explains why they would have accepted the Confederation. But it's super nice, right? Because we end up making like 50 grand out of cannibalizing their faction. And what's more iconic than an ogre devouring the others, right?
Tyrant. More meat for my grinder.
And we need to fill up this army. Just a whole bunch of iron guts, right? I mean, a little bit of cav wouldn't hurt.
Servants of the ever-hungry.
Ashen contract approved.
Yeah, I don't think we can save Thorgrimm, but Ungrimm's in a much more defensible position, theoretically, than Thorgrimm. I mean, he's in rough shape, he's surrounded by foes, but it's still a lot harder for those foes, some of them, to get to him. Vlad wants peace again. Pathetic. It's the age of the rage. Thorgrimm, you know, is locked inside. Could we save him here?
Kill things.
I mean, if so, then we owe him to try. If we declare war on him now, okay. We bring this army in. And we hit, what? This one? Lightning strike it off. This one is in March. It's got all these big force multipliers. See, the thing about the warp lightning cannons is they match up well against everything in our army. And we don't really have anything to get at them. And they would really, really hurt us on the approach. Do we just let Thorgrimm die? How hard would it be to save him, right? I mean, pretty hard.
We are brave, mighty. One day, me lead.
But if we're outside the gates, we're going to have access to these dwarves in the garrison.
Machines and master engineers.
Well, I can't believe we're doing this, but... So we attack this army first, because that's where the force multipliers are. They're in March, and then we'll lightning strike them, right? And we all declare war against Queek. You know, oh, we actually could... We could win this... I'm like, we could win it without fighting it. No, we're gonna do the fight. We're obviously gonna do the fight. This would be too interesting to not do the fight. Neo! But, you know, it says we're gonna win a Pyrrhic victory. We know that with Thorgrimm coming in and the settlement garrison, that we'll be able to do something in this fight. It's just a matter of taking out the warp lightning cannons and the poison wind globes. Because, of course, the poison wind globes don't match up well against us, but they're going to hurt Thorgrimm. And the avalanche mortars, same thing. Because, like, we have to deal with this army. They are in March. They've got Moore's Clanstone for AP damage, but they don't have uses of Menace Below. Neither of them have charges of Menace Below because they're so far from home. So that is going to be good, at least. They got an assassin. And we've got, you know, we've got our bruiser crew. We just don't need to get them shot up by the warp lightning cannons. Being able to deal with these warp lightning cannons, that's what going to be what the whole thing is, and I don't have any tools for it. Well, we'll just have to see what we can do. You know, say you're on the radio, so you're driving. Well, look, it's nice to see you. I'm going to take just a short break and be back in a couple of minutes. And we'll continue with this, because this battle might really be a rager. It might also be quick. So this reinforcing army is small. The only thing is we need to win this battle in good enough form so that these other 3 or 5 Skaven armies don't eliminate Thorgrimm. And if we can save him, this is going to be like the biggest hero move. They're going to put a statue of Skrag up outside of Karaz-Karak, I tell you. anyway. We're barely even going to demand money for it. But a small gold-covered statue and a lot of meat would be called for. But anyway, I'll be right back in just a couple of minutes, and we will have this pretty sweet battle against a very weapon team heavy army from Moors, backed up by a more traditional one. You know, our reinforcements will be here like immediately. We'll see how it goes, but I'll see you guys in just a minute. All right. Once more into the breach. Now, dwarves are perfect allies for ogres, right? And before long, we're going to get some artillery from the dwarves in our armies. Another reason to keep them alive. Just playing. My general affection for them is a good enough reason. Alright, so the enemy reinforcements coming behind us. That's good, because it means that the enemy AI is unlikely to, you know, try to stagnate. Alright, so we need to identify first. Alright, warp lightning cannons right there. We don't have a good way of cycling around to them, but if we just move through the trees here, right, with everything, then we'll be able to, at the very least, so we'll be totally covered from approach this way. Because we just don't want to get shot, right? That's the whole of the plan. Is we're just gonna hang out over here, loop around with our guys, and make it work. And we'll just like try to thunderbolt the crew with this guy, and that'll be what we do. This guy is super quick. Because the thing is that our allies are going to be here, but a lot of the stuff that they have is going to get melted by these weapons teams. So it's super important that we get on top of those weapons teams before that happens. Now what we're gonna do is a real pro gamer move, and we're just gonna move all these ogre bulls out here and hope they don't get shot to death. Because the dwarves are here now, and that means, you know, it's time for action. Because if they just don't get to shoot us with their cannons, then we'll be okay. But if they just turn just a little bit, the thing is this is very sketchy, what we're doing with this guy. It's not like he's definitely going to live if we charge in. But if we pop the warp lightning cannons, then we can do anything. Oh man, he gets hit by rat ogres. Oh, the Pitfighter's Elves. Oh no. Well, you know. He might die. He might die. Well, it's way too late to try to be smart now. And just like that, we take an absolute zound of damage. However, so this bruiser is getting trucked on by an assassin. But we do get on top of the artillery, you know, small favors for the world, right? We need to get on these rattling guns. We're fighting storm vermin there, which is objectively insane. We just need to charge onto these globes. And we're shooting at the avalanche mortars, which I thought would be fine, but it turns out that we don't want that smoke anyway. Now I'm remembering that we were going to thunderbolt some of them. That was the plan that we had before the plan fell apart. We're going to try to thunderbolt these council guard. It's going to hit our own troops some. What are you going to do, right? If we don't do the damage, then... Alright, so that was worse on us than it was on them, and our lord is getting absolutely deleted. What's wrong with me? Oh my god, we're getting killed. Wow, the lead belchers get just deleted on the approach there, and I don't know why I thought I was gonna save the dwarves. We are losing this, man. Our whole army is dead. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Why did I think I could charge in like that? Like, what's going on here? The Skaven just wrecked me. But if we can get the Iron Blasters back and not lose any more of them, we can still, like, help. The Lead Belchers, not Iron Blasters. I keep on saying the wrong word. Alright, so we're fighting in the trees here, which is terrible. Big guy came back. We need to get him out here. Slayers are in there. Can we get on these avalanche mortars? 'Cause if not, they're just going to kill everything. At least that flamestorm helped out our buddies. You know, for all that we did super bad, at least we took a lot of casualties, right? And that helps out the Dawi. Because if just getting rid of these armies, you know, and if he doesn't take too much casualties, we could just, like, run away to the center. So we didn't use that much movement getting here. Now, I had hoped to clean up the whole thing. That's not happening, right? That's not realistic. We need to get on the avalanche mortars. This unit is too good. It just obliterates a couple of quarreler units. Oh my goodness, you know they're good, you say they're good, but you don't appreciate how good they are until you see it. We get our Lord some healing, because geez, could he ever use it? And at least the flame cannon is shooting someone. It's getting shot by slingers too, but at least it's shooting someone. These Noblars are hilariously doing better than anybody else is against the Skaven. Oh, we left the Stonehorn all the way back. What are you gonna do, right? Hey, at least we got it. Wasn't pretty. We just need to speed it up and try to run down somebody. The good news is that this Skaven army was crazy stacked with all the RORs, which means they won't be anywhere for some time. Bad news is that, well, we hardly eliminated the entire army, and maybe they'll still be here. But there's the Natty Boobos gone, and the Teeth Breakers, It's all the scary Regiment of Renown things in the whole Skaven arsenal. Alright, well, technically a decisive victory. It only felt super ugly. No, what? Oh my god. Okay, so it did the bug again like it did earlier. I think maybe if I click at all, like if I click to speed up the loading or whatever, that is crazy. I guess we're just going to auto it. I don't feel like doing it again. It really messes up all of your feelings. Right, whenever they do that. It's the whole... Oh, man. That's super annoying. Alright, because we got that one from them as well. That's actually pretty nice. And Grinzot, with this thing, with the pottery building at level 3, we get another camp, right? Which is actually, now that I'm thinking about it, a pretty amazing bonus. But anyway, we'll, because Elspeth, with the Nemesis Crown, this army isn't that crazy. She's using some Ogre units. Nice. But... Elspeth, with the Nemesis Crown, she's still on her horse. Oh, she's only level 15. She's been getting bullied. Well, anyway, we're gonna do it again. That's very, very unfortunate, right?
What brings you before the heir of Lund?
It's like I thought I built one there. No, it's still building. Okay, well, that is, it's not disenchanting. It is super annoying. I have never had this bug before. And I'm like an impatient guy, right? So I'm always clicking on a screen to see if it'll move it forward. Yeah, we're gonna take Temple off first.
It hungers. It cools. It cools me on.
And if Vlad wants to fight, you know, he's just got these crummy little armies. And of course mine is pretty okay now, just because Skrag is a big old beast. And, you know, the hero core can get it done.
I'm the boss. Do what I say. Slaughtermaster.
Alright, so this dynamic is entirely different now. Whichever one marched forward isn't there, and now this guy is in the front but not in march, so he could run away. So we are not gonna declare war on him this time, which is again pretty annoying. And they all get brawler guts, so oh. That dude having this, magic, you know, flaming attack sometimes isn't so good, but... Oh, winning 5 battles, I see. This guy has his renowned now. We'll take XP a bit, because, like, again, this army is about to get very real. But the thing is that somehow, you know, suddenly everything has changed, right?
Do what I say.
Because the opportunity that was represented,
Of the tribe.
specifically from our foe being in march stance, the army that it was that was in march stance, everything about it was advantageous. And now it's different. Like, did they already besiege it? Yeah, they already besieged it. They already did a battle. That army lost in this timeline. Very rough. But, you know, maybe maybe it's for the best. No. That's so annoying. We couldn't even go back and do it if we wanted to, right? It's the events that led to the choices can't be recreated. But on the upside, we have a ton of money. And upkeep is cheap around these ogre camps now. Like, when we get this top building, it's negative 50%, so totally solid.
Bruiser. Clubs down. Feet on resting.
But hey, you know, if he lets Thorgrimm live here, then awesome.
The boss. Tyrant.
Do we take the tyrant to your tyrant? Because this one, like, the recruitment's like, man, this one's like, I mean, that's some money. But I feel like, yeah, I guess just getting stronger is better when it comes to that.
Bruiser. Bruiser.
For the camp tyrant, the recruit thing is more important. The meat generation isn't important, right? Because you end up with so much at this point.
Belongs to the boss. More meat for my grinder.
Carve and roll. Bring me ingredients. Obey me.
Alright, so Skrag gets here, and all of these fools are here with Vlad, who's also a fool. And this is at least gonna let them take longer to get put back together again, right? And I don't want to fight a minor settlement battle here. Or do I? Well, an unwalled settlement battle could be to our great advantage.
Such a thing is impossible.
Lack of envelopment. But what do they have that can envelop? Not a ton.
I will not. Do not mistake me for the fool.
Well, let's just pop them. Alright, time for a settlement battle. It could be fun. It could. What we are going to be able to do is shoot them up big time. And lead belchers do, like, so much damage that they'll probably be able to just, like, shoot at the towers, too. But the thing about ogres is, because they're pretty quick, you can just push all the way in, theoretically, depending on where everything's going at. And the thing about minor settlement battles is, because the AI is like, I have to defend my land, they'll almost never, like, come out at you. They can. You don't want to act like they won't. But they almost never will. And because of that, you know, you can choose to shoot them up for an extended period of time. We're going to hang out all the way over here. And just do, like, a two-pronged thing here and here. That'll let us smash. This is a terrible place to defend for them, so, you know, get wrecked. Sorry about you. But we do have the upgraded Gorger on slot, so yeah, it already doesn't go away at the level we're at. So wonderful stuff. Let us begin. We're gonna do our magic. Oh, that's awesome! You know, it did a little bit of work, but it looks very cool, and that's what it's about. It's about sending a message. Yeah, this shouldn't be too tricky at all, right? We're just gonna roll them up. These are the summoned Gorgers with infinite ammo for health. Yeah, we're about to shoot them up big time. This is about to be just like way too simple. course, you know, we got to brawl with the likes of Vlad von Karstein by the time it all rolls in, but what are you going to do, right? I'll save the boiling cauldron for when more of them are around. Alright, we need to get out. That's a bunch of trash there. We need to get out. These are just summoned guys, so it's okay that they are getting smashed so bad. These guys, man, they woke up messed up. I don't know what happened to them. But we're gonna hit this vortex right here. And that is a beautiful poisoned cup that just really, really smashes them. There were a couple units of Cairn Wraiths, and I knew there were Graveguard in there too. Too good to say no to, for sure. And actually, for a minor settlement battle, this actually is a pretty fortuitous looking setup for us. Right? Because it means Vlad will stay to the back, because he's a wizard. And, you know, we get to engage at our own pace. And with the gluttony, you know, the damage we take, and then of course Skrag generating some power here. And now let's get our big guys on the Crypt Wars. That's what they're here for. That's what they want to see. And the Iron Blasters, you know, playing havoc here. Of course, we need to find... Yeah, so maybe can we... It's got 6,000 HP. Can we shoot it? Yeah, we just... Okay, yeah, there we go. We just needed to shoot at it. Okay, so lead belters are actually really good at dealing with towers. Got it. A couple of volleys, they'll be done. I don't think Vlad has Wind of Death. Doesn't look like he does. It's a real noob move by Vlad to not have Wind of Death at like level 40 or whatever he is. 25, I mean. Okay, maybe a 25. Hit these fools with a dismember. And again, like, because if we just stay in melee too, which Skrag totally wants to be in, then our ability to do work here pretty great. He regens when he casts, and even if you only hit like 3 things like that, you know, it's still pretty okay. Anybody need a troll guts? Yeah, we'll give it to these ogre bulls. They're getting a little tuned up. Keep them happy and healthy. Get these saber tusks a little healing. You know, we wanna be ready for the rest of these fools coming in. Which we've got our lead belchers in a pretty nice firing line here. That tower is gone. This one isn't too much of a worry at that angle, I don't think. And of course, Vlad is now thinking about engaging himself because we brought that Stonehorn in so far. Let's get away, shall we? Alright, Bragg, you know what to do. Alright, Skrag, you know what to do. Alright, Deathcaster, you know what to do. What we want to do right now is this Maw to remove all of his pals from defense. And of course it works. Noblar's holding him back a little bit. And we're going to throw this aspect of the Dread Knight. Reason for this is because he has some Fizz resist, right? Like 15. And we just want everybody to get magic attacks so that we can just churn through all of these fools. And make that resist count for nothing. We've got our lead belchers in an awesome little firing lane here. And Vlad is getting trucked on, you know, maybe... Oh my god! Oh, the humanity. He just got deleted. That's right, because Bragg's around. Bragg the Gutsman got his guts. Anyway, awesome. You know, I'm glad we took the settlement battle, because actually in the field, this probably would have been a lot harder, huh? As it was, we get to get it done. Let's see who deserves the food. These gorgers, let's get them. Because, of course, once you pop, you absolutely got to keep on eating. That is the rule. Legally distinct from anything that should give me a problem there. We hit it with a restock. Of course, always feels nice to get the old restock. But at this point, we're going to push up and take the center. Drop a purple sun right here, which will be a nice, you know, balance to the lead belcher fire. Is it excessive? Yes. Is it necessary? Absolutely not. Is it very awesome? Yes. This firing lane, oh man, you know, we didn't even... Oh boy. Well, you know, fortunately, the Crushers are here. I'm like, oh, there's a vampire on my lead belchers. He's just a baby, though. He's just level 5. We're gonna kill him. Goodbye, Frederick von Karstein. We hardly knew you. But we'll delete him, and now they're army lossing, and now they're army lossing. Beautiful. You know, as I think you get a meat in proportion to the losses of the enemy army, you know, like for the ones that they get. I mean, in a settlement battle, of course, they all die, but it's super nice for ogres in general, I think, to fight vampires, sort of paradoxically. And we get, you know, hundreds and hundreds of kills on these lead belchers. Maybe in the Ogre Camp there's some firing lane I can find to make them make sense. Because if you can get them to open up, they're amazing units. And we make, oh my goodness, 3,500 meat and 12 grand. Gotta love. Got to love it. There we go. And for hilarious $2,000, we get free Mornfang Cavalry Grey weapons to hang out on the inside of the camp, which hopefully we won't lose again. You know, we've got a very nice border over here now. It's just what's right here that we got to worry about. But hey, you know, Thorgrimm is there at Krasik Rock again, and we are going to sell him the Pillars of Grungi.
Greetings, honorable ally.
For $10,000, actually, you know, he needs the money more than I do, right? No, I need the money more than he does. That's what's actually correct.
Gets me what I want. The boss. Obey me or your dinner. In charge. Bruiser.
I need to drop that, you know, it's like, if we get something for growth over here, because honestly, if we just get Grinzot to level 3, we can get another camp, and then we can, like, do something with that immediately, but, you know, we also have this camp. Which, like, so we need another one too, because this one doesn't, like, I mean, I guess it's okay here, and it's probably really helping our allies if they're around,
And that's that.
but I'm loath to recruit anything into it, even though it's not very much money, just because I figure it's going to get deleted so soon.
Obey me.
Forgot we picked this up earlier, but I guess we can just try to get a little bit of money out of it, and then, you know, if they knock it down, that'll be the one that we redistribute anyway. We don't want that one to be up there, I guess, really. We get rally, and
Ogre Hunter.
stuff for our special fellows. Brag the Gutsman, who knows his own name. You gotta believe that he knows his own name. And we still have Noblars, which, to be fair, they do fine, you know. They do fine. They're kind of juiced, you know. I mean, 27 melee attack, 34 melee defense. It's not terrible.
Leader of the tribe. Who can I boss around next?
We have single turn recruitment on Noblars globally, so that's, you know, something. We get Foe Seeker, that is good. Gorbad is here. We'll have a knockdown drug out with him next turn. And that'll be for all of his marbles, right?
Any more squeaking?
Yep, he will not have any marbles once that is done. And that will let Ungrim, you know, have a bit of a party down here. Do we hand off all of this land to Thorgrimm? I mean, I think so. And then we'll slide down and try to help. Crucially, we're seeing Clan Angrund, which must be fighting this minor Skaven faction here. No, they mustn't be. Are these actual ruins? Oh, because Skarbrand burned them down? But if he burns them, can't you not get back in them? Maybe it's just for a little bit. Anyway. I'm like, no, I hate to invest anything there, even with this much money.
I'm the boss. Master Butcher.
Okay, so at the very top one, it's 4 uses that we get for the gorgers that don't disappear. Man, this is going to be pretty sweet. But we can't afford it yet.
Butcher in chief. I am the tenderizer. Bring me ingredients. Eating weaken. You over there. Line up. I bring meat.
Oh, right, the quest battle. We should totally do the quest battle now that we're level 42. I just remembered. You know, I guess we can make the army even better than it is now. I mean, there's no reason to do it now when we can... I mean, we still got Noblars. Durthu has ended their non-aggression pact. Durthu... Come on now. Remember when we fought those greenskins together, Durthu?
Greeting. I'll eat any challenger.
Well, it looks like Thorgrimm is going to get popped by this. We definitely moved away, and now this is happening. Could we have helped? I mean, maybe. I mean, this is helping too. Alright, it is a battle in front of us here. Now, they've got some artillery. And there is a charge bonus on everybody, which... Okay, alright. Ooh, but the hunter... No, not yet. I was like, did he get his Stonehorn? He didn't. Gorbad's back is against the wall, and he has so many guys with him. He's going to be crunched in here, because this is like a defense that he's got, yeah, so... If we deploy all the way over here, we can, like, sort of get on this. Yeah, that seems fine.
The biggest boss. You're gonna win 'cause I said so. Got it? Rampage this way. Let's go, boys. Find a new spot. I did the trap.
Because the Heavens Caster can absolutely beat up on some fools like this. And then if we get them to engage over here with our lead belchers on the approach as soon as they come over the top of the hill, then that'll be, like, pretty good, right? Right.
Bring us free.
Now, we don't have Strider or anything, but... all that means is we're going to need to slide over here, actually.
Tribe on the move. You all do what I say.
Chopper of entry.
Don't worry about me, it's just a little thunderbolt. Zap! You know, maybe I want to use it on the Black Orcs. Oh, the wind-up was so long it didn't hit him. Feels bad. Shows how much I play with Heaven's Magic, right? We don't have a ton of reserve to play with, so failing to convert this is not wonderful. Alright, well, they're definitely interested in coming at us. We're about to see if I am dumb or not. Now, the good news is that their rock lobber is super far away. The other good news is that we don't really have good targets for it. I just hope to be able to get the harass in. Flank defense won't be a problem, at least. I'm like, man, that would be good, but, you know, we need to save our wins. We'll only have a few more. We don't have the ability to generate more with our dudes yet, so we're gonna have to, they're all coming on that side. Apparently they don't perceive this as terrain that they can get not through, so that's good. That's very good, you know, we've tricked them. This is going to be good too, because it's going to clump them, right? And we got to remember, if we get lots of charges, we can heal. We don't have anybody fast to send over there to pop the Goblin Rock Lobbers, so we're just going to eat these shots forever, which feels super bad. But, you know, we have a bad army, so what are you going to do, right? Now, Biggins have anti-large. That makes it all the more important that they get shot up on the approach here. Man, that's so many guys. I don't know why I thought this army could confidently do this. You know, it's not the greatest map for us, but maybe the Leadbelters will all be about to open up and it'll work. Oh man, that Stonehorn took way too much damage there. And we're just gonna get shelled by the rock lobbers till the end of time, I guess. And, you know, he jumped on the big guy who hopefully can take care of himself. We're gonna drop this firestorm here, which will hopefully do all of the work that we need it to do. Alright, the Stonehorn charged into Black Orcs and got caught up, but if we can just push through, we should be able to. Good, good, good. Gorbad's having a bad time now. Snolly pump wagons are getting shot up, and we are on top of the caster with our big dude. We just need to keep on making these orc error boys miserable. Keeping the lead belchers online. They're all online still. That's all we need, really, is for everyone to be engaged here. The Snolly pump wagons could have been a problem. Looks like they're going to break first. So very good. Of course, Black Orcs engaging on top of us. Not great, but Gorbad cannot feel good about what's going on over here. Neither do we feel too good about these Blorks up in our face, but we're going to drop the base right here and then try to bail with this guy before these Black Orcs' great weapons to lead us. And then come in here on the rear charge. Glacial defense, yes. Oh, it gets him huge armor, reduces his speed, but hey, you know, it's about sending a message, right? And when we pot Gorbad here, and all the ones coming through this way are shattered, we are getting it done. Of course, you know, he doesn't even have a full army, but, you know, it's still very scary stuff. Look, greenskins are no slouches, and our army is hardly perfect. I mean, we've got just, like, regular ogre bulls in it, right? This is not a teched up turn 50 army. But we get it done. The RORs do their business, and we get it done. And this is the end of Gorbad, which is fantastic, right? Like, that's a great achievement. He is a headache. He is an absolute chump. You don't want to have to deal with him in the long term. Of course, it's level... it's turn 50. It's hardly like a short-term thing, but... Lead Belcher's getting value. Firebelly getting some value. The main guys, you know, doing alright. I mean, not a pushover army. 4 Black Orcs plus Gorbad, 3 big uns. I mean, it wasn't a full stack, but that's still fine. You know, that's a... Those are some good fellas. It was a fair fight. 1v1-ish.
Ogre tyrant, going in my gut. In charge.
And we have eliminated the foe. I'm like, do I get a Brightstone mine there? No, you don't. What are gems like? Gems are like a lot of money. Thorgrimm Iron Fist has the gift of Slanesh. You know, anybody could get too into the slaying life. Thou shalt stop trying to tell me what to do, Vlad.
I'm the boss. In charge. Must butcher.
This is like semi-interior, right? Like it's pretty close to what I assume to be Throt the Unclean here. But the thing about Throt being there is that is at least like a lengthy buffer between the other Chaos factions and our buddies here. Because now with Gorbad gone, and Thorgrimm, you know, almost gone, but not quite gone.
You smell of fear. Should I kill cow?
Wait, no, I was like, no, not you. I'm like, why is Thorgrimm talking like that?
Our honored dwarfkin. All here, our honored dwarfkin. Greetings, honorable ally.
Yeah, we're just, you know, he had a bunch of money, which I knew, and now we're gonna, you know, we're gonna dig him back in there. We took 40 grand from him. I'm sure he'll be fine. Look, I need the money more than he does, right? And I think the High King will agree that returning all of these holds to him is better than keeping them for myself. And after all, does not an ogre deserve to be paid for his gifts to the world?
Ogre tyrant! All mine!
Look, we don't even have those units in this army, but I hope to use them eventually. Alright, so 20% speed plus Vanguard. That's really good, right? It makes them pretty dang quick. Burnt contact effect for negative leadership and terror is very good. Sudden air attacks is also very good. Man, this whole tree is pretty good, huh? I think we take the speed. Because at 81 speed... Yeah, this guy's got other things leading to it too. That makes him faster than heavy cavalry. And that is very good for the purposes that we'll need him. Here we get regen, because no matter what, you always take regen.
Bruiser!
Now we could make the Lord a little tankier, but I think here taking the speed is where to go, right? Get him up to 81, because he also has the speedier trait. Because you can't get it in their tree. And that 80 speed, that's a nice place to be. But of course, the Hunter, we do get that, and he'll be, in just a couple of levels, rocking out. And this army will suddenly be in a much stronger position, because it is absolutely bonkers how quick they get up and going.
Bruiser! Oh, quick! I'll not put some discipline into them.
And leveling up 75% faster is amazing, and maybe that's what we should do. Yeah, even though speed is really cool, this late in the campaign, you know, getting this guy leveled up quicker is definitely going to be what we need. So even with stuff like Mentor going on 75%, you know, that'll get him going. So, you know, we're not going to be playing this for like 100 years. We've got enough for the short form victory, so Great Maw Site, I don't even know. Oh, that's just this level of camp. Alright, so he's not going to take Eschen unless we do. If we take it... Here, right, because now at least Vlad's whole army will be up here. And we know that Vlad will take longer to get back in action because of what happened earlier, and Middenheim's still alive, so, you know, good for them. You know, our work here with the Forces of Order is going okay. What's Ikit looking like? Ikit's looking like 11 settlements. That is not easy, but it's not too bad. Angrund hasn't declared on Moors yet, but you know, that makes sense. You know, nobody knows how things would have been.
Gets me what I want.
Alright, so what we're gonna do here is just... we're gonna bounce to the south in the expectation that Moors is gonna declare on us. And I mean, like, if anything else, we could just take the 8 peaks or, like, move over here and sort of, like, sweep up underneath Moors, because we know so many of their armies are up here. Because Vlad, for all that he is incredibly annoying, he is on the back foot. Do we need to pop Festus? I mean, it looks like someone's going to get rid of him, too. His trait's probably, like, region, which isn't nothing, but...
Do what I say.
Yeah, I guess the Pigback Riders, that's the bad goblin equivalent. I mean, they do have shields. They go down to 100 models from 160, though, so it makes them a lot worse than regular Noblars. This camp might well be attacked pretty soon, but, you know, until then, it's actually got to be helping a ton, you know. Everybody's trying to walk through, and our allies are, you know, getting more heals from it, so that feels good.
They will provide me a more. My could bother rights, servants of the ever-hungry mouth.
Really, we can just drop the Noblars for more Saber Tusks, and I quite like that. I mean, do they serve the same role? Not exactly. But more Saber Tusks is more Saber Tusks.
Do they hungering?
Because they're on single turn recruitment. And while we absolutely need, like, the Iron Blaster and the other things, they're not on single turn recruitment. And if we interrupt the camp right now, or you know what, why don't we just interrupt the camp right now? Let's interrupt the camp. Let's get this army where we want it to be, okay? We've got 4 recruit slots here. Let's get an Iron Blaster. You know, they're quick. They're chariots. They got that armor. You know, they're solid. Moreover, we can defend them. Do we need some Iron Guts? I mean... yeah. Because these Ogre Bulls are, you know, they're what you get before you get Iron Guts. So we drop them. To there, do we get another Cav? Okay, so now we're talking, right? Do we get organ guns? Or cannons? Do we get gyro bombers? I mean, I think the answer is yes, that we get 2 gyro bombers, right? We can get 1. Do we get like an organ gun then? And mix up the missiles? The thing about the organ gun is I don't think that because we have our access to lead belchers, I don't think it really does, you know, anything particularly different there. Now that we've got the Iron Blaster, we don't need the Dwarf stationary artillery so much. Goblin Hewers could be interesting for just deleting whatever's around, but with only 4 ammo, you know, they sort of fall off. You know, let's get a gyro bomber. Let's get a gyro bomber. I think that's fun.
I'm the boss. Got it?
And of course, we can't get him to get, like, fire while moving or anything, so... Still, though, it's got 30 ammo. We do have access to restock, and I think a couple of gyro bombers are appropriate for the dwarves to lend to us when you consider the great services that we've rendered to them. And actually, this is going to be so fun, right? That's going to be a good little stack there. And Elspeth is just trying to build Nolden back up. You know, we're working with her. We are doing our best to make her have a better life. And let's get something built here with Ungrim.
I am Iron Fist. Some call me a king.
Because honestly, it would go great in our other army. Some more gyro bombers. And that's like the most likely thing to be spun off to ogres too, right? Like, because the gyro bombers are doing army support. They're not like living with them, and like, you know, if the ogres communicated after all we've done for the Dawi, which is a lot, you know, hey, we wanna go smash. Can we get some backup in the air? They'd be like, yeah, we got you. This is so fun. Because, like, that is absolutely going to be my idea of a great army, you know. We've got our Iron Blaster, so now we've got our big artillery thing. We've got our air... Now we can finally, you know, sit there. Because now we run the Hunter up in the front. We'll have the gyro bombers to support in the air there, and then pull them back into the the lead belcher fire. And, we do have Skrag summons to clog up the foe. And the funny thing is, of course, that before long, it's all ranged units. But hey, maybe my Abysmal Micro will carry the day. Look, I'm just having too much fun to do anything that's smart here. We're going to level up Drakenhof because we're going to assume that Drakenhof will always stand. This is where we live now, right? And hey, we cleaned up the vampire lands. We ate them clean. And we're still, even with these pretty juiced armies, coming across in decent numbers, which is just because of our proximity to the camp. But still. Alright, 3 lead belchies. The Iron Blaster finishes soon, so we'll just wait.
I am the tenderizer.
Do we get another giant? No, I don't think so, because we want like a couple more heroes in here. We could get like a Death Butcher. They're fine, you know. I wouldn't. But he's a Maw caster, right? And we've got a Heavens caster. How many casters do you want?
Someone out of line? Good.
Now, do we go up this way? Now, we're not really running these in armies, right? So getting to toughened skin gets us all where we want to go there. And now we realize that this would have been good to be going down the whole time. No, we'll, Man, at 45 turns to get another camp there, I feel like we're better off just going for power out of our ogre units and not worrying about the camp limit. 45 turns for the camp limit thing feels like you're just not supposed to do that. Or if you do, you just don't get any tech at all the whole campaign for your armies, which feels bad because, like, because these Sabertusk tasks are so good, but they're not good if they rampage, right? But you get all the tech with the hunters, they start being so fast. I mean, 128 speed, that's so fast.
The great Moor begins.
And with, 83 weapon speed and 60 attack, the charge bonus is just a little bit, but they don't have big HP, but they absolutely can beat up on anything not heavily armored, and they're faster than those things are. So, oh man, in a couple of turns though, we're about to be online with Skrag's army. It's gonna be good.
Equipment check.
Alright, so Aldorf already has a big settlement there, but Middenheim?
Friends of the Empire.
Here we go. Grunberg. We can get steam tank volley guns and steam tanks. We want another steam tank over a gyro bomber. I mean, a steam tank is very ogre-y. I don't normally do very much allied recruitment, but for ogres, it's nice. It makes sense. I mean, it doesn't. I mean, what are we gonna do? Get infantry? We could. We could recruit, like, Iron Breakers would be sweet, a nice hardened front line. But I think, like, our defense in detail is just fine as well. Alright. That's a lot of talking, a lot of thinking. Not a lot of doing. Because the thing about Moors is, they're being a headache right now, but what we're going to do when we declare on them is bring the entire force of the Great Skrag Alliance, as I assume we're referring to it as, since, we are the linchpin. Alright, we get all of those things, and now the hunter has to take this ranger's quiver, front and in volley. Now, it's not infinite ammo, but it does give you some more ammo every 30 seconds, and, it's not nothing at all. You definitely notice it. We have a couple of restocks for the gyro bombers in the event of, low ammo there. Or just one restock, really, I think. But
Overtime one day.
Win a battle against an army with trolls, and we haven't done that yet. It sure would be good to get a free troll guts, right? We need to use the Maw spell 3 times in a single battle. We'll do that the next time we do a battle, because that is going to give us 10% power and lower cost on it, and that is great. We'll probably never get this ever-famished name.
The more calls them fall.
Ogre tyrant! I do not bandy words with the weak. Leave me.
Now, he's quite weakened now. And even Franz is fighting him. You know, Elspeth, one day I hope she rebuilds Nuln. I want that for her. It looks like the Wood Elves have got a problem with Skaven. Now, I would much rather have Skaven in the Wood Elf zone than the Wood Elves, because the Skaven don't get anything from being there, and the Wood Elves are, of course, massive headaches. So
Step forth, true friend of the
he is just here finding actual ruins that actually don't have Skaven in them somehow, and jumping all over it. This is a nice little early game army, nice little Skaven roasting army.
wandering hunt will be tireless.
They better have me tent ready. All but me. Praise the ever-hungry mouth. Meat ritual. Do what I say. Warriors today, ingredients tomorrow.
Yeah, because we have Mournfangs here, but we absolutely need to upgrade them immediately. Because we got them before we got access to the better ones, but like we can even get Crushers pretty soon, right? Yeah, we should probably just wait. Feels bad. Anyway, it's fine. It's about to be a total party up here. Karazakarak has fallen. But, you know, maybe, like, if we let him die...
Leader of the tribe.
Because we can't really help him too much, but, I mean... We can come down and snipe 8 peaks, maybe, but this army is kind of crummy. We could just say, sorry about you, Thorgrimm, and try to help Ungrim here, and, like, move up into this zone. I don't really relish using this army against him when it could be good in just a little bit of time. We can bounce in this way, and evaluate what's going on from there. After all, Thorgrimm will still have a few more turns of life. Alright, well. Looks like it's a brawl. You know, we didn't have a chance to get our whole alliance in there, which is too bad, but, you know, maybe they'll jump in. Lewin wants a non-aggression pact. Yeah, absolutely. The tide of order is tying together. Alright, if we just bounce down here, what's the worst that happens? I mean, we could get killed, but if we don't, we'll be able to grab this and immediately start feeding all of this land to Thorgrimm, which, although it won't, like, help him super much, at the very least, our friends Clan Angrand are roused to war. Of course, they're, like, arguing with Daith in those fields, so they're not doing so good, but hey, you know, they're thinking about it.
I am the tenderizer. The boss.
Skrag, soldier, servant. Prophet of the great war.
Beautiful. We got gyro bombers now. So there. They're immune to psychology. What does that say? Does that say 11 uses of the gyro bomber bomb? Is it always supposed to have 11? Okay. Seems like a lot. I mean, I know they're called it just sounds like a lot. Well, what we're doing now is, so Vlad is so far on the back foot, I think we just need to help eliminate him though, right? Because no matter what happens here in the south, we'll just, if Vlad is still up here, then we've got headaches. How long will it take to deal with?
I do not back.
I mean, maybe we don't have to worry about it, right?
Bandy words with the weak. Leave me.
Because if Skrag gets hopping to the south, we can be at Karazakarak in just a few turns, and then it's ready to brawl. Of course, our army, if ambushed by Skaven, will have a terrible time. It's not like they're super good at ambushing or anything. You know, I think here, yeah, we just say, I bet Vlad is going to have enough of a headache over here, because he doesn't have any good recruitment buildings anymore. Not really, yeah. Nothing red in Vertpod. It's Graveguard there, but yeah, you know, it's, I mean, sure they got raised dead everywhere, but I think...
How to proceed?
I think our Empire friends are going to have this in hand, but no, because they got Norska to worry about. If we move Skrag to here, it's going to take 4 or 5 more turns to eliminate it. I guess it's fine, because all of Clan Morse's armies are up here, or rather many of them. If Gold Hoarder Bolgvarg can make all this work, then yeah, you know, we're gonna have to trust him, right?
Soldier, servant.
Draika is at war with Skulltaker, which is advantageous, which means we should probably just leave her to it, right?
I'm the boss. My gut is tyrant of the tribe.
I'm like, and now Clan Moors could come and fight us. This is terrible.
Obey me or you're dinner. No one fatter than me stays.
Spending some money there, but at least when these buildings go, you know, they're
You over there. Line up.
gonna be in alright shape overall. We're gonna take the Mornfang Cav great weapons. I mean, do we really need them against Skaven, right? What do we need against Skaven? We need fast attack. Blood Vultures are bad, right? But hear me out. They are terrible. But if you get them on top of, like, a Skaven weapons team, that could help. Could you do it, though? Is it worth a slot in the army? Would a Saber Tusk pack just be better? Probably. Yeah, I guess it's time to try to get the moot online.
Challenger. Says if you don't
Do we just like recruit a bunch of Noblar flingers and such here? It feels dumb, but I mean, maybe it's fine. Maybe it'll dissuade them from attacking. Skrag's on the way, though.
Master Butcher.
Happening 'cause I said so.
This'll do the trick. The axe thirsts for war. I'm boss, and that's that. All mine.
Because, like, man-eaters with pistols are so good. There's Queek. Of course, there's somebody else down there in the dwarf land, but, you know, it's about to get real interesting up in here. You know, distinct, Now there's a spicy meatball, right? You know, he's just a level 1 guy, but, you know, he's got Brotherhood of Grimnir and Dragonback Slayers, you know, Pete Gateguard. Plenty of meat there. We're just gonna go in here. I'm so glad this was Moors and not like a different Skaven faction. Man, that would have been a headache. We do not want to get rid of this. We want to hold on to it, not least because the Chaos Dwarves, you know, are right there, and we don't want to give a border with with Thorgrimm to them, as they had his guts. So, you know, they hate me too.
Leader of the tribe. My gut is law. The boss. I'll eat any challenger.
Hunter.
We always take the stock because it's just too funny.
I'm boss, and that's that.
Like we can get a land ship here, so that's good. What we're hoping here is that we're going to be able to move to 8 Peaks, push Queek out of it, and that Angrund is going to be able to follow up, which will also hopefully keep them from moving in here to Akendorf, which we're going to have to move to defend here if possible.
My recipes will grant them power. Biggest gut in the land. Not possible.
Of course, they might have even more there, but we're really playing on the edge, right?
Me. Make sure I don't die, right?
Alright, so you get a big bonus first infantry on these guys, but you lose the shield on the Iron Fists or the anti-large there, you know? It's something to be said for each of them, I guess. We're gonna get an Iron Blaster, 1 piece of artillery, seems fine, and then yeah, we just, you know, we need you know, we've got our fast units there to be able to dissuade Skaven if they show up here. You know, we're playing, we're certainly playing a game. We need to do the quest battle so that we can get our short victory. Psycho Skrag hasn't moved. Yeah, we're just going to... Yeah, with our help, we should be able to delete Vlad soon enough. And look, never to leave a job half done, right? Especially not when it's Vlad. Because if we're about to angle south and have to deal with Clan Wars for actually ever.
An unwise recipe.
Alright, so Gorg gets pushed back. We run away from those armies, and the game crashes. And the game crashes. It has been so unstable. Well, this is a good time to end it. The music's still rolling. The game appears to have crashed, though. So, anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. When we return, we will have a massive war with Clan Moors coming up. You know, of all the clans, Clan Moors is not the hardest to deal with for us. But anyway, thanks for watching. Thanks for listening. And when we come back, we will, you know, have more of that. You know, probably not today, but maybe. That was a good one. That was a good one. We definitely got a lot done. I finally learned how to do the mechanics a little bit. If we ever play Ogres again, it'll probably look a lot cleaner. But anyway, that's all I've got for you now. See you guys later.